Oh boy. I'm having a heck of a day, in some regards. And my hat. Something happened with my hat here. Yep, my hat ain't quite right. Isn't that interesting? Well, what else is new? It's been that kind of day. Um, Hello, I am the ocean of the ocean's deep woo, and I'm not sure that this is that this even came out right because we have I have been having some issues from time to time with StreamYard. Hey, Anonymous Rex, how you doing? Wow, I haven't seen you here before. I showed up on your stream or on your feed somehow, huh? Yeah, I'm running a little late tonight. I had trouble with software. I couldn't get things to move very fast, and our internet's been a little goofy, but I'm here. And StreamYard is not always that simple to deal with either, but it is, but it's not. Sometimes it just doesn't want to do what you want it to. You have to convince it. And I'm still not sure I got this show in right, but here, we're here anyway. And you're here. Well, thank you, Anonymous Rex. I really appreciate that. I hope this shows up on some of my other people's feed because I think it might be showing a different time than what I was trying to put in. So we'll see who manages to see it and who doesn't. I hope you're not the only one. But yeah, I'm glad you made it in. Okay, so this is Ocean's Deep Woo, and I am the ocean. Um, Please feel free to chat with whoever comes in about whatever kind of subject. However, it is kind of nice if you chat about the subject matter, but we do have discussions that go off the rails here. So I'm not too worried about it as long as you're enjoying yourself. you know, um, we're experiencers here, and most of us who have been we've been on this stream together a while, and by golly, um, experiencers pretty much rule here. YJ, okay, somebody did get the note because I was having trouble with it. I was really struggling with it. So experiences pretty much rule here. We all have had them, or some of us might be just curious and maybe wanting to have an experience or just know more. But in any event, we are kind to experiencers here, and we don't want to tell them it didn't happen or try to give them any kind of a snow job or any kind of a gaslight. It's like if you experience something, you did. Well, it's what you experienced, and you experienced it your way. So don't be afraid. And it's one of our rules to just be decent to each other about that. If you want to argue about it, take it outside, you know, um, because it's not easy to come forth with this stuff. If you think it's going to make you rich or famous overnight, you really got another thing coming. Usually it's just the reverse. People have trouble when they admit that they've had phenomena. And it's not that easy to come forward with your truth. It just isn't. Okay. So be nice. That's what I ask. Be nice. Turn up the nice with each other. And so far, I am so proud of the people here that they have always done that. They have always done that. Karen Lynn is in. Hello. YJ Overlander. Yeah, I'm going to be on, and I've committed to, and if I haven't committed, maybe I should be. No, I'm kidding. I have committed to Sundays, Mondays, and Wednesdays so far. I will try to expand that as time goes on. Um, and if there's any way I can come in on those days, I will be in at 10 o'clock on those days, Eastern time. So you can pretty much count on it. Okay. Yeah, past that. I want some of whatever she's got. Anyway, it's Gorilla Glue over here. Anyway, I was having some issues with the how you know, off and on I have issues. Well, I have issues with tech sometimes. I'm blonde, naturally blonde. So, I'm dark blonde, but I'm naturally blonde. What can I say? But no, sometimes I have trouble with the tech and sometimes I have trouble with the software. Today I was having a little bit of software issues. It kept trying to make it a different date and a different time. And I'm like, no, you're not going to do that. Is my StreamYard haunted? I don't know. Maybe my StreamYard is haunted. Maybe that's so. I don't think so, though. But, you remember back when computers and stuff was supposed to make our life so much simpler and easier? How did that work out? Oh, hugs and pets for Cowboy. Oh, yes, my lazy little boy is sleeping his little head off over there because I was just disrupting things too much up here. And he needed to get his beauty rest, to charm all the women. He needs his beauty rest. Wait a minute. I'll see if I can show you, get him on here while he's sleeping. No, that's not it. Get out of there. Stop. No. Um, Hang on. Yeah, can you tell? I'm still having fun here with I'm having fun with the interface. No. There. Okay, that may be it. There you go. There he is. In my closet. There he is. Being a lazy little cowboy. And still with lots of personality though, by golly. And here is my DJX keyboard. So when I tell this story, you will know what I am talking about is this device right here. Okay, so let's turn the camera around again because you might want to see me. I don't know. If you want to see the keyboard instead, let me know. Again, some more. Yeah, tech has been glitchy as heck lately. Remember the days of early computers? Found out you have a talent there. I need you, Karen. I guess I have a strange sort of talent. You know what? Yeah, YJ, me too. My experiences are still there, a lot of them. Some of them were wiped, but uh, uh, a lot of my experiences have kind of changed my opinion about over time because you learn more. And as you learn more, different things occur to you as to how to interpret things. It's very true. It's not a one size fits all thing either. I mean, in one case, it means one thing. In another case, it may mean something entirely else. And I've learned to not be too judgy about that. Um, because people and to be kind to people who it's hard for people to come forward sometimes. But we need it. We need to disclose to each other. We need it. You refuse to let the AI win, period. Yeah. Well, thank you, Karen. That's good words to live by. Oh, that's sad. Okay, so, oh, and here's James Ortiz. Hello, James. So, yeah, I have fibro too. A lot of us do. And isn't that interesting? A lot of us do have fibro. I find that to be very interesting. If you think about it, how many of us do? In these, once you start talking about it, you find out. Now, I've heard various things about that. I think really there's a host of things that cause fibro, not just one thing. But um, okay, so it's wonderful, and I seriously mean it. You guys have been wonderful with every guest that's come on here and with everybody that's come in here to chat. And I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you spending part of your day here with us. And um, I appreciate your open mindedness. You have been um, very and your knowledge. You've all brought your own set of experiences and knowledge to the subject, and I really value that. So, oh, Circle K made it in. Well, there are a lot of things, Anonymous Rex, that experiencers seem to have in common. But maybe we can discuss that a little bit in here too, if people want to. Yes, it is very common among experiencers. And um, a long time ago, yeah. You know what? YJ, Anonymous Rex, I got to tell you, YJ and I share a brain cell somewhere. I mean, swear. He he says things that I have said or thought, or that I was just thinking, or that I thought, or that, I mean, even some of the ideas are the same darn ideas. It's almost like he is, I'm definitely believing more and more in the fractal theory that, that, the soul group theory, that in your soul group, some people are very near you and they're they're you, they're another version of you. I mean, it's really making me believe that YJ is like some kind of male version of me. Oh, horror. No, I'm kidding, you poor fella. It's weird. It's really weird. Yeah, telepathy is common, empathy is common. Most of them are empathic. Some are telepathic. A lot of them have skills like remote viewing. Some of them have those skills and don't know it. Bilocation is another skill. Some have weather manipulation. But I think the commonality is stuff that we don't generally expect a normal human to have. They have it in their lives in some way, a lot of them, a lot of us. Not all, but I think only maybe because it's undeveloped yet. Because I think that's an ability that humans should have, but it's somehow been dampened down, turned off. whatever you want to call it. It's not being used. Um, and soul groups, well, I didn't understand soul groups that well until I had some experiences in the etheric realm. But I think I might be beginning to understand that better. But it's pretty weird. Hello, Gladys O'Kravitz. Mm-hmm. Gladys is always waiting to watch, watching and waiting for me to twitch my nose and for something strange to happen. How's Abner? Hmm. Pam I am is in here. Hello. Yeah, oh, it's cute. Cute Kravitz. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my bifocals. Ever since I got my bifocals, everything below a certain level is a mystery, and I have to be all squinty. Oh, Gladys Q. Oh, I see. Q. Q, huh? Hmm. Interesting. Gladys Q. Kravitz. Um, and Circle K. Well, you're gonna find pretty much everybody here is wow, resoundingly cool so far. Uh, in my experience when I was in the etheric realms, and uh, I didn't always know I could bilocate. I didn't always know that I could be here and there until I was talking to somebody on a phone trying to solve a haunting, a poltergeist haunting for them. And suddenly I was seeing the place, I was seeing a horizon, I was seeing land, I was seeing spirits. I was also talking to her on the phone and she started freaking out. And she kept saying, "How are you doing this? How are you doing this?" And I'm like, "Well, what? No, isn't this what you wanted me to do?" "Well, yes, but I don't understand this. I don't get it. What's going on?" It's like very confused. And I didn't realize until later, after I had handled the initial crossing over, I ended up crossing over maybe 35, maybe 40 spirits that day in this one area that had all been lingering in this area. And that's not good. When spirits do that, people tend to be sick around those areas. Yeah, and so I was busy doing that and I wasn't really paying that much attention to what she was saying. But then once I got them crossed over, I said, "Okay, now what was happening over there? Are you okay?" And she said, "I still don't know how you did that." She said, "How is it that you're on the phone talking to me and standing beside me doing this at the same time?" And I just sat there a minute and said, "I'm not sure." Apparently, I had been bilocating, and apparently, unbeknownst to me, that's what I was actually doing. I was actually there, and she could see it. Now, she was sensitive, she was psychic. She could describe what I had on. I looked, I guess, like myself, enough for her to recognize me because she had seen me. So, what happened there? It gave me the whoa, I am bilocating. That's what I'm doing. So, we can do that. Apparently, our souls, our spirits, can be in more than one place at a time. Well, Hello, Richard Elmore. How you doing? Well, Anonymous Rex, one way is you can check it. I mean, with her, we could check it. Uh, she saw me while I was doing something and she told me what I was doing. She saw it. So it was just like I was standing next to her. And I'm like, whoa. She said they all lined up behind you like the Pied Piper and just followed you. Basically, she couldn't see the portal, but she saw them and she saw me. And I crossed them over through. I made sure they got to the correct portal and I made sure that they got through. And I had to talk some of them into it because some of them were afraid to go. Uh, so it took some times like this. And yeah, well, honestly, Circle K, yeah, woo isn't, I was just saying that woo is not that easy to discuss. And it's not just because it's a personal thing. Hello, strange land. Not just because it's a personal thing. It's because we don't really have great words for it. As much as we'd love to, we don't really have the kind of words we really need to discuss these things that happen to us. So it's really hard to put into words, which is why I say be kind to people who are trying to tell you these things because it's not always easy to put this stuff into words. So this lady was very happy that I'd done that. She felt it. It got a lot lighter after that, but there was still the main antagonist was still there. And I will tell that whole story another time. I have told it on this program before. Um, that was actually an entity at that haunting had been on the news, and they had had two other people, a Catholic priest and a Wiccan priestess, had tried to solve that haunting, and they couldn't do it. And that poltergeist activity was not a younger person because they always say, oh, it's usually associated with the younger person. No, there was no younger person involved as far as we could tell. It was a very upset, angry, horribly angry spirit with a very good reason to be. He had a very good reason to be angry. And I do have that in among my shows. I have the story of that. It was actually the land that her apartment complex was on, was the short story, was once owned by Native American people, by Indians, and their land was, they were killed and their land was stolen from them. And that was what angered this fellow so much that he hung around and was causing all kinds of problems. Somehow he had gotten very strong. And you can tell something going on when it was a human spirit, but the eyes turned red. You could actually see they actually had pictures of this, and I wish I could have gotten those pictures from her before I lost touch with her. Of the red eyes. All they saw of him was a shadow being in the red eyes. And how I solved that was I had a talk with him. I told him what time he was in. Spirits don't always know what time they're in. They don't even always know they're dead. They don't even always know. There's so many times that I've had to inform people, oh, and by the way, you passed away. Some of them don't know they passed away or they can't accept it for whatever reason. And so I have to explain that to them. And, there have even been people who will say things to some of us. I mean, I had one of my friends telling me about she had a friend who died and he couldn't accept that he didn't just disappear into nothing. He expected nothing to happen. He expected to just vanish. He expected to just be gone. That was it. That was it. And he couldn't believe it that he was still around and he was a spirit and he says, this can't be right. And he stuck with his body a long time. And he even laid down on top of his coffin. He even laid down on top of it when it was buried for a long time. He stayed there until she said, how long are you going to wait there? You've been there a long time. You've been there do you realize you've been there for over a month now? And he says, well, I'm waiting to go. And she says, you're, you she said, she had to argue with him over this. And it was the same argument they'd had when they were alive. It was the same argument about the afterlife. And he still maintained, although he was freaking dead, put it plainly, and in his astral body, obviously still around, obviously still talking to her, he expected it all to just be over. And he was still holding that. You talk about cognitive dissonance. I mean, there's a case of cognitive dissonance beyond the grave. Okay. So it's not always easy. My job as a shamanic practitioner, a shaman, put simply, the most simple way I've heard it said, is we walk between the worlds and mitigate for the people, and we mitigate the spiritual. We handle the spiritual realm for the people because not everybody can do that right now. Now, someday I think we will be replugged in enough to be able to do that. Okay, that we'll have our abilities. We'll be more on top of it and more people will be able to do this. It will be more and more common as time goes on, as people accept it. But we've been taught that that doesn't exist. And that's the problem. We've been taught completely wrong, completely backwards. So here, this poor guy dies. He's been told all his life and believed all his life he was just going to end. He cannot accept that he didn't just end. That's really flippin' ridiculous. Okay? And it's got to stop because it just makes problems. I mean, the other thing is that you're going to be tortured when you die. That's another thing. It's like, it's not like that. There are some instances where you can have very bad experiences after death if you don't go on. Actually, it seems like spirits who get stuck here are having the worst time of it. People who go and return are not having a bad time. Okay? So, I know I have heard ad nauseum about soul traps and this and that and the other. I have had a lot of people pass on. They've had a lot of experiences. I've had to help them sometimes. But as far as the way that the soul traps have been described, no, I can't say. I can't say we've encountered exactly what people are trying to tell us it is. I can say that some souls have been trapped here for various reasons. YJ says, I'm intuitive with a lot of things called it fox molderism. Molderism, but that alone is deficient in the Dana Scully factor. Okay, you need Rexes to keep you grounded, huh? Okay. So let me see what sounds crazy here. Um, and by the way, Todd, it's good to see you. Oh, I'm behind in the chat. The chat sticks sometimes. Lynn Wallington. Oh dear, that's sad. Certainly hope that is not true. Okay, I hear it is along with a loud swoosh. I'm behind on chat now, I'm not sure. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I have had other people's dream. I have. I had a dream for my friend Robin, who I had a dream for her parents who had a problem while they were on vacation with a van. And I told her what happened. And then she finally found out, yeah, that is what happened. Um, they had an incident with a van while they were traveling. And I had a dream about it. So that is completely possible. Moved into a house and the landlord kept asking about seeing black smoke and red eyes. Well, red eyes is usually something angry, in my experience. That often means they're angry. Um, but not always, because you I have heard it described that there's red eye shine when you meet Sasquatch. Per puff puff pass. Oh, kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, when you go lucid in someone else's dream. Circle K. That's interesting. Yeah. I think sometimes we are Rex changing each other's dreams as we interact. Um, we are all dreaming here together, and I guess I should go ahead and do my little disclaimer here. Remember, this is just tips, tricks, and hacks for this massively multiplayer, um, total immersion, holofractal learning game we call Life on Planet Earth. And has nothing to do with real life, which takes place outside the Matrix. One day I'm going to record that thing and I won't have to just say it. I'll be able to just press a button and say it. But um, I'm still trying to work that part of the thing out. Have any of y'all plugged into Archaics? Oh, I haven't. I have heard of Archaics. Haven't run into the site or the channel. Oh, he wrote about Phoenix and Simulacrum. No, you know what? I need to check on that. And if you have information on how to do that, yeah, I'll look into that. I'm glad you did, YJ. I mean, if you have a dream like that, it's a good thing to tell somebody. You know, you kind of, even as weird as it is to do that, sometimes you really should, just in case, with the provision that, hey, this could just be a really freaky dream, but I feel like I need to tell you. Yeah, I would do it. Oh, you set the souls free, but still have the paperwork. The paperwork. Oh, you bought souls on eBay. What? You bought souls on eBay? Wow. I don't know. How do you feel about it? How does the paperwork make you feel? Does it feel like it has any charge on it? I'm glad to hear that you set them free. So somebody actually really did sell souls to you on eBay. Well, why the heck not, huh? Every other darn thing. Hey, Ann Palmer, how you doing? It's Artsy Ann, everybody. Right. You know what? Sometimes you can be in the same dream with your friends. It's absolutely, and you both remember. Sometimes you can be in a dream with a friend and they don't remember it, or you don't remember it and they do. I run into that a lot too. I had so many times had it happen that I had a dream about somebody and talked to them and they didn't remember. I could tell they had been sleeping too, but they didn't remember it. So I said, "Oh, I was dreaming about you." I didn't remember. But I had that more than once, several times. So I don't know. Yeah. Bomber is in. Hi, Bomber. You can absolutely have impossible things happening around you while astral traveling because you are not in a waking state. Exactly. Soul group. Ah, yes, I was talking about that. Well, when I found out that I could bilocate, that was one thing. But then, when my friend Heather and I had to fight these things, and it sounds like these things were the same kind of things that another experiencer had experienced. Not positive, not positive things. Things that even admitted that they came from below somehow, what we would consider below Earth. Um, which I have never figured out if they meant physically or etherically or energetically, because below could mean a lower vibration as well as underground somehow. And we don't know. Well, we didn't know. That was not clear to us. However, when we fought those, I found myself looking at what we were doing from multiple viewpoints. And it was really weird to realize that I was looking at myself. I was looking at my light body fighting this. They were throwing light rods like I do sometimes when I'm in that kind of a situation. And I'm watching it and I'm going, oh my gosh, that's me and that's me. And that must be Heather. And and then I'm me over here too. So apparently we can be in more than one place. We can be in more than two places. Can we divide and we have been told that a soul group is sort of a splitting off, like a budding off from a main soul. And as you follow the line down, you are closer to the ones in the last splitting off when they split or budded the same time that you did. And although you may still be in that lineage, you are going to be closest to the ones that came about the same time you did, came from the same line you did. Apparently, I'm beginning to think we are capable of infinitely, infinite points of view, which I think that's what we all really are. I'm beginning to, well, I have been thinking, I'm pretty sure it's looking more and more like what we are is the infinite points of view of God. And maybe we can bud off infinitely. Can we come back together? I think so. I think we can do that too. I think that is possible too, or at least it is said so, that it was so, because I could bring myself back together. Therefore, it must be entirely possible that we all can come back together again at some point. And maybe that's in the books, or maybe it's not. But some beliefs say it is. Oh, an angry spirit. You never saw it, but things moved around, fell off walls and shelves and shattered crystal. See, that's it. That is something that some spirits learn to do. And they can get pretty powerful over time. It seems to have a lot to do with emotion. Uh, I don't, okay, well, then I'd keep the paperwork to use in your book. Uh, I wonder about that too, Circle K. Well, I wonder about that. More than one soul group. Well, the interesting thing is if you look at it like branches off a tree, we all have more than one that we're close to. And yet, we're all connected to one. Uh, so, in a way, we're all connected, in a way. But it's just that the closest ones, there are some that are closer to us than others, closer to this particular point of view. I'm going to call it a point of view for lack of having, once again, here we go, having a heck of a hard time coming up with the right words to explain these concepts. Yeah, it's a heck of a ride in this life. Yep. Uh, um, oh, you're talking about something else. Well, I'll tell you, being a shamanic is a heck of a wild ride too sometimes. Yeah. Um, there are a lot of things that science is finally starting to catch up with us. And that's good that they're starting to catch up with us. Yeah, I agree. Selling your soul. People probably don't think they really are. Or they don't, I mean, maybe it's like this guy who didn't know that he was forever and didn't believe it even after his death. Yeah, I would outlaw it too. That's really crazy. Um, Gladys Q. Kravitz says we are filaments. That is a possibility too. Like fiber optics, maybe a little bit. Well, um, YJ, apparently there is such a thing as a soul contract. I don't know how that can be. I don't really, but I know that they can also be broken. I know that soul contact tracts can happen, can be formed, and that's exactly how walk-ins happen and how so many things happen. But I know that they can also be broken and changed and altered. I don't know exactly what the mechanism is. I couldn't explain that to you. And in a way, you're saying it wouldn't stick. Well, it depends. And it depends on if the person even knows it happened. If they don't know it would happen, they wouldn't know. Um, they wouldn't know why things were happening the way they were. Well, apparently, you're only as sovereign as you declare yourself to be. But if you don't know that there even is such a thing, you don't know to do that. But yes, declaring yourself sovereign and that you are breaking all contracts that you might have made, that is quite possible once you declare yourself sovereign. It probably has something to do with awareness, and I don't understand it entirely. Gladys feels like an amoeba. You don't look like an amoeba, Gladys. Uh, um, yeah, if there's a blood oath, somehow blood is important in this. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but somehow our blood is very special and it makes it more binding. It somehow there is a connection between blood and the etheric realm. And it's very powerful. And I always say, do not ever make a contract in blood. Don't do any blood swearing or any kind of thing like that. You later on you're probably going to have trouble with that. You're going to be sorry you did that probably. Yeah. Well, see, and people wouldn't know that there are stories about people who were who found that they were under contract, and sometimes it was a lifetime contract. It was very hard to break the contract until they died. But you have to know that you can break the contract. Otherwise, it'll go on, and I've seen it do that. Um, Another difficult subject, love. Yeah. People sometimes stick around because of love. That's another reason people stick around. And sometimes a reason people who are in the process of dying return. They think of their loved ones. It is a connection. It's it's a point that may bring you back when you maybe would choose to go on. Um, People have spoken of that they weren't really sure they wanted to come back, but when they started to think of their loved ones, they came back. You put a lot of mileage on the unit and the body keeps the score. Karen, that's an interesting way to put it. Yeah, it can be, YJ. It's astral traveling can be while you're awake or while you're asleep. It's an in-between state, and it's what shamans use. Shamans use that wavelength. It is a wavelength. It's a frequency. That's what the delta, beta, theta wave, the whole thing is about. It is a certain frequency. And how the experience plays out has a lot to do with um, uh, how your experience is on this earth, has to do with your frequency. As I raise mine, my whole my whole experience of reality changes. I would advise anybody who's having any kind of problem to really work on raising your frequency and see if it doesn't resolve most of it. Although, if you're really down in the dumps, it can be hard to do that sometimes. Sometimes you have to do the other thing, as I would tell you, is that your emotions are extremely, extremely important. Don't try to deny them or get rid of them. You can really use emotions. Your emotions are part of what moves things, what shapes things, how you experience things. Your emotions are very useful. You can create reality with your words and with your emotions, and I've done that. Here we go, multitasking in your sleep. Palmer's talking about multitasking. I think I understand that too. Um, because yeah, I've done that too. It's like I'm doing more than one thing while I'm in the dream state. Oh, meeples will die if you poke them too much. Well, a lot of things will. When my heart broke, laughter spilled out. Beatrice Wood. Interesting thought. Laughter spilled out. Hmm. I wouldn't. I wouldn't, YJ. I think that's a good idea. Some people have no soul like backgrounders. Your gifts were used against you, Karen Lynn. Wow. Yes, a lot of us had that. Yeah, never take a blood oath. Never take a blood oath. Just don't do it. It's too, well, it's very messy. Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sometimes your ancestors took a blood oath. And because you got their blood, guess what? It's up to you to break it then. Hmm. Somehow blood does matter. It really does. So just really careful with that stuff. And women particularly need to be careful with that. And you know what I mean. Yeah, there are souls that can be traumatized by how they died. And they carry that with them. Yeah. Of course, once they get to the other side safely, they are taken care of over there. So Paul came on here and talked about spirit hospitals, so to speak, for lack of a better term. It's like places where souls can go to heal up from what happened to them here because it can be very traumatizing. Oh, I don't know about that, YJ, but go ahead and play your video games. But I'm going to miss your commentary. Vinegar and baking soda. I wouldn't say it was like that, but if you think so. Um, cheers. Oh, negative, and they love you to donate. You know what? I found out donating blood. What a scam. What a scam. I hope you don't do it for free, because guess what? They get a lot of money for your blood, and it's being sold abroad. Did you know your blood that you sell or give, donate? A lot of people donate. My dad donated all the time. A lot of your blood that you donate gets sold overseas for a very high price. Yeah. Soul hospitals, no, it's have these happen after you die. They're kind of a way station, because apparently sometimes people who suffer great amounts of trauma here need some help to be able to handle their situation. Now, I personally have not spoken to anybody in a soul hospital, so I cannot really speak on that. But there are people who swear they exist and swear they've seen them. Well, I can't prove it one way or the other, but I can say I can see where that might be needed. However, one would think that after the review, one would um, be ready to accept what comes next. Because apparently, after the review, which happens after you die, you see your entire life from all points of view, and then you get a clear picture of what was really happening all your life. And from there, you progress into whatever you want to do next with your soul, with your existence. And you're not forced into anything. And I haven't. I have found people though that swear that they were forced into coming here. I'm not going to tell them they're wrong. I can't prove it. Mhm. Plasma farms all over, yeah, they are. And be careful. I would be really freaking careful donating blood. Yeah. Vinegar and baking soda, that's what I use to clean. Vinegar and baking soda and Dawn, and that's about it. Yep. My blood, Hunter Thompson. Oh geez. I don't know what type I am. I Oh, you going over there for a bit? Okay. Oh, is it time over there? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Um, well, I have a story for tonight. Not just a discussion, but actually I have a story. And it's, oh, the Asian people believe personality type shows by blood type. Oh yeah, diets too by blood type. And you know what though? A lot of people are not properly screened that give blood. So I wonder sometimes there's been a lot of mistakes that have happened when people have received donated blood. That is now becoming more common. Um, Way station is a better term. Well, I guess you can change your terminology to whatever you want to call it, but there are places where souls go to resolve things so that they can go on. If they were had a terrible death or a terrible life, or I suppose it shows on your soul. Yeah. And interestingly enough, it kind of helps you clean spiritually too. You can take a bath with you can use actually vinegar and baking soda to help you with other issues too. But that's probably because just the act of cleaning sends a message. Emerald tablets, Gnostic Gospels. Gladys says minnows and Diet Coke would unclog some people. Yeah, it's not really detention. Um, Paul says it's a lot of people are using the term spirit hospital now because it's kind of like like therapy. Um, might be able to call it therapy, soul therapy, maybe. But I wanted to get into this story that happened to me. Unfortunately, we've lost a couple people, so I wanted to tell this story that happened just to explain apports and deports. How many of you know what an apport or a deport is from a spirit point of view? Yeah, the Catholics called it purgatory, apparently. But there is an intermediary place. If you die and don't go on, that seems to be really rough. I don't recommend it because you will replay your death event as the mechanism tries to send you on. You will replay your death over and over again at random intervals. And you will not be able to tell how long, because time is completely different when you're dead. You will not be able to tell how long you've been dead, and it could be centuries. I have run into people who were dead for hundreds of years and didn't know it, or 100 years, or 40 years, or whatever. They didn't know. They felt they were being punished. But really, it's just not comfortable to live with live here when you're not alive. Um, spiritual therapy, I think I may call it. Oh yeah, your grief can actually pull on your loved ones. Um, many people report hearing their loved ones calling them back when they've died, and before they cross all the way over, they hear their loved ones and they come back. So, yeah, realize that if you let them go, they can return and visit. Oh, yes, it is possible to grieve and also allow them to go on. And that's a good practice, is to allow them to go on and just remind them that they'll be able to come back. Once they've had their review, they can come back and visit. all they want, as far as I can tell, because mine have come back quite a bit. They've gone on and they've come back to visit. So, so I wanted to tell a story about David. Some of you know who David is, but for now, let's just say David is one of my spirit friends. He's passed on. He does come visit me. I knew him in life, but I knew him over the internet mostly. We were very close. After he died, he sought me out. And we've been hanging out together ever since. He's decided he wants to be one of the people who watches out for me, wants to help me. And he is very helpful. Now, I got to be careful here who I tell this to. Some people will flip out and say it's somebody. I've already had friends try to tell me that this is something evil and I shouldn't be dealing with it and I'm doing everything all wrong and blah, blah, blah. Darling, I've been at this long enough that I can feel, I hope by now, I can feel when something's evil or not. Now, he can be a little, he can be a little tricky. He likes to play jokes sometimes, but he's not evil. Not evil. No. Yeah. The loop, Dee, the loop, the loop. Which thing are we talking about, the loop? Oh, okay, YJ. Oh, your dad's in the process. The loop. Well, are you talking about the loop where you keep repeating your death? That one? Yeah, it's important to allow them to go. And yeah, and with love, allow them to go on and come back. Um, yeah. However, it's not like someone who hates you can keep you here if you really don't want to be here. You have to, in some way, shape, or form, agree to that. Although, perhaps some people agree to that without realizing it. You know, it's so tricky, and some of these things are so subtle. There are beings that are very subtle that can talk us into things without us even knowing we're being talked into anything. I've experienced that. I've had things try to talk me into another contract after one of my I had a contract that ended back in 2012 and I had something trying to talk me into another freaking contract. And it's like, oh no, no, no. And I felt it something happening as the conversation went on, and I'm like, no. I finally just went, no, get out of here. Um, yeah, that's a good way to put it, YJ. Evil uses good by convincing the good of something. They then can have plausible deniability. Yes, exactly. Um, I don't know, Bomber, if that's the only thing. I know they can keep themselves here. I know that. I know they can do that to themselves. They can keep themselves stuck here. Well, David is one of my friends who has passed on, one of my loved ones, actually. He was a loved one. Like I said, we were pretty close, really. We understood each other really well. And we were close enough that he came looking for me after he died. Really, it was quite surprising to me. Maybe someday I'll talk about that again. How that happened, how he found me, how it happened that I believed that he was who he said he was. There were reasons. He proved it. I made him prove it over and over again who he was. I didn't make it easy on him. He said he actually appreciated that. So he totally understood. So you can keep yourself stuck here through fear, usually. And these souls, I really feel sorry for them. It's horrible. It's really horrible. I don't want to think about it. Anyway, right now I don't want to bring things down. Oh yeah. Yeah. They can absolutely keep their own vibration down. Yeah. Fear is a big one. So so I'm just going to talk about David like David is one of my friends on the other side. He has the ability to affect things. Now, it may surprise you, some of you, not all of you, some of you already know. Apport, an apport, is when a spirit brings you something physical. They can do that. They can actually manifest something physical in your physical environment. They can also make things disappear. That is called a deport. A lot of psychics and shaman have a collection of apported things. They can do it with money. They can do it with objects. Quite often, objects are placed where you can find them by an apport. By apport. Okay, so that is completely possible. So let's get that out of the way. B. Freeman, how you doing? Witch souls. That's a whole nother series. What is the most amazing thing David has taught me from the other side? Oh, wow. The most amazing thing, I got to see the Ascension portal. I got to see it. I actually got to see it with my eyes. He told me. And then I actually got to see somebody do that process. But it was my cat, oddly enough. I have talked about this on other shows. Um, but you've got helpers. You're the one. Okay. B. Freeman, we need to exchange numbers. I need you very badly because I am no good at finding lost things. And when I lose things, I'm in trouble. And I always think I'm imagining it when I hear from my I always double think myself. I still do that. I can't believe I still do that. A, B. Yeah, David is full of surprises. David deported something on me. He sure did, as far as I can tell. Hang on. The sinuses are going a little bit here. I think he deported it in the first place because I had to check with one of my other psychic friends to make sure I was right about that because you know how you think of a lot of things and then you try to pick out which things are you thinking about it, which things are actually a message. That can be tricky sometimes, right? What's the message from me just imagining things? Yeah, David is full of surprises. My God, isn't he, though? But he is so funny. He's so cool. I, he's here. I love him to bits, though. You got lots of helpers. I do too. Um, you once looked down, there was 1,000 on the ground. Yes. You know what? That can happen. That can absolutely happen. Yes. I would really like that to happen to me. I would love that to happen. And why don't you guys do that for me? I would take an extra grand or two. Uh, yeah, 50, $20 bills and an elastic. Wow, that's really something. Yeah, for some reason, not all of us have. I have asked for somebody. One of us, I'm thinking one of us has got to be skilled at finding things. Well, guess what? It's B. Freeman. However, if yeah, $1,000 apports, oh yeah, please. I could use that. Hey, you guys, I'm really kind of disappointed in you now. I haven't had very many of those. I haven't even had one yet, but I used to have a lot of change show up around the place. A lot of change of various, and change means change. Usually, when you're finding change, it means change. And the bigger the change you find, the bigger the change. That can mean change. And a paradigms, if you keep finding a paradigms, it means paradigm. This is the way they talk to us. This is the way they get our attention. It's like, hey, 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 hello, hello. Yeah, because we're that way. We're like, do, 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 and they're trying to talk to us. They're trying to communicate, and we're like, oh, do, 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 do. I got to watch my next YouTube video. You know, oh, look at this cat video. That's, but you know, me in my case, I think my cat videos help me though. But I have had so many apports, really, and uh, so yeah, so Beam Freeman is the one to talk to. Yeah, they talk to us. If we're not listening, they'll do something to get attention. Yep. A pendulum over a map. Yeah, you know what? Um, oh, you're good with dowsing rods? I'm not good with dowsing rods yet, but I'm pretty good with a pendulum. And my friend Paul is really good with pendulum and a map, I guess. You see what those guides are doing? Their guides are giving them $1,000. I'm I'm kind of hurt now. But I feel like a deprived child. But no, I get a lot of love from mine. I get a lot of uh, help, really. I get a lot of spiritual help from mine. So what happened this time? I'm going to tell you this one story because it just happened. Just happened. Just happened. It's in the last 2 days. So Jason had a day free where he didn't have to go to work. And we decided we were going to go down to this thrift store that we like really well to pick up a few things. The only thing was, it started snowing and getting really bad out, and possibly icy. Now, this place is about 20 minutes down the road, but it's a windy country road. I don't know what would have happened to us down there, but apparently it was not a good idea to go because my wallet disappeared. And so I said, "No, I don't really feel like going. My wallet disappeared." And something told me, though, that it was going to be okay, that it wasn't stolen. I checked my bank account just to make sure, but I was kind of getting the feeling it wasn't really stolen. At first, I'm like, "Oh, what is," you know how you are when your wallet vanishes. You're like, "Oh shit, there's so much stuff in there." But I wasn't getting that it was stolen. And I was also reminded in my mind, I was thinking to myself, okay, how I take this, how I see this is going to influence how this plays out. That was a clear message I was getting in my head. That was clearly, it was like, how you react to this is going to have a bearing on it. Do you want your wallet to be stolen? No, I don't. Okay. Do you want to find it intact with everything in it? Yes, I do. Okay. Then get about doing that. Okay. So, in my mind, what I had to do was keep it in my head that whatever happened to my wallet, it was going to be okay. And I was going to get it back intact. I was going to get it back. It was going to be intact. I had to keep that in my head because as I was trying to think of where it was, find it, it was kind of fluctuating. And I saw it fluctuate. It was really weird, man. But what we decided to do was instead of go down to the store down in Hartville, we decided to hang around here. I said, you know what? We don't need to go out. It's crappy weather anyway, and why not hang around here? And you've been talking about you wanted to, fire up the DJX. Let's see if we can find the chord. It's been years since I played the daggone thing. Let's see what you can do with it. So you know what? We spent some time. We have been meaning to do this forever. Find the DJX chord. Because I had lost it among all the chords I have, but I have a ton of chords. So so this is kind of a process. We had to go through every freaking chord looking at the voltage and everything. And I wouldn't have been able to do it myself, but Jason knows about electronics. So he can do wiring and stuff. He's pretty good at that sort of thing. Because if you plug in the wrong thing, you're going to burn out your unit. So um, we found the right chord, one that wasn't going to burn it out, and it worked. And now I can play my DJX again. And I got the impression that that was one of the reasons why I lost my wallet. Is because we were supposed to stay the freak home for whatever reason. But that wasn't the only reason, because it was still missing the next day when things cleared up a little bit, but it was still kind of crappy out and cold. And Jason said, "Well, you want to try it again?" And I said, "Well, my wallet is still missing." And we didn't go. And I said, "And besides, my helper's going to be coming over soon, and at 4, so I'm not going to have time to do anything." So I had already talked to one of my psychic friends, and she said, "You realize that David took it, right?" She knows about the David's thing. She says, "You realize he took it, right?" Right. So, so I'm there like, okay, so if David took it, there's a reason he took it. He doesn't just, sometimes he plays little jokes just to be funny, but if it's still gone, then the DJX wasn't the only reason that it's gone. There must be something else. So I was talking to Gemini Moon, and we were talking about it. She's got my number, by the way. If you are a mod on my channel and you need or want my number, you may have it. Just let me know in MeWe, and I'll give it to you. Um, so I was just telling her. Now, Jason had come in the second day. He came in and he had just gone through, and I mean, we had together torn the place apart looking for my wallet. Jason and I both were just tearing the place apart looking for my wallet. We were just picked up everything, looked under everything because Deb said it's under something. I feel like it's going to be under something. I said, well, that is actually possible because I can be kind of a slob on occasion. Well, in my room especially. But we couldn't find it. We looked and really this is the way it happens a lot of times. You'll find them in a weird spot or in a spot you looked at before that you looked there. So doggone, as soon as I was talking to Jim and I was saying, yeah, well, if it's over, then I expect we're going to find the wallet because once again, we didn't go down to Hartville. Apparently, we weren't supposed to do that, but if that was the reason, then, if the whole lesson is over, when the lesson is over, it'll stop. Whatever's going on will stop. So if something keeps happening, it's because whatever you're learning from that isn't over yet. You haven't learned it. You haven't done it. So now I have to ask myself, is it just that something would have happened to us if we'd gone to Hartville? Maybe something negative would have happened. Maybe he was saving me from something he knew about that was going to happen. Or was it learning to trust that it was going to be okay and steer it that way? Was it learning that? Or was it finding my DJX cord? Well, that must have been part of it too. Or was it all of those things? So, yeah, just as I'm talking to Teresa, Yolanda finds it on the floor in a place we'd already looked. Of course. We'd already looked there a bunch of times. Everybody looked there. Jason had looked there. I looked there. I looked there several times. And just as I'm telling Teresa, well, if I've learned whatever I need to learn from it or experienced whatever I need to experience here, then it should show up. Boom! Yolanda goes, I found it. I mean, the timing, it was like, and I said, David, you little snot. And then I laughed. He had put it back where we could find it. So here we go. Yep. Ah, yes. Yep. Whoa. You gored your finger once and blood started spurting and some giant screaming thing howled in the woods? Yike. Whee. Wow. That wow. It's under, oh, me woman. Hello, me woman. How you doing? It's under mattress. Under mattress. Referring to, well, it wasn't under my mattress. We had looked under the bed, by the way. Multiple people had looked under the bed, and around the bed, and it turned out to be in my bedroom, right where we looked a million times, and it wasn't there, and then it was there. So that was definitely an apport. And apparently, whatever needed to happen had happened. Whatever I needed to experience, I had experienced, and then now it was back right on time. Yeah, that's what I really think it was, B. Freeman. I think it was a precautionary. I think it was uh, definitely for a purpose. It wasn't just, and it was open, by the way, it was open. It was open, but nothing was out of it. It zips closed. It was open, but there was nothing out of it. And it was in the place that we had been through there, we had looked, it was right out in the open. But I have found a lot of things like that. I found pictures um, out in the open that because of floods and various things, I don't have a whole lot of pictures of my past, but I have found pictures that somebody left me. I found change. I found different objects. I found a little Thor's hammer one time. Um, that was cool. Um, just let me know when it's okay to go out again. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Not sure. It's it's chat. Sometimes it's a little hard to figure out what the perimeters of the chat are. Wow. Wow. You resemble two of my relatives who passed, Sharon and Maxine. Who does? Me? Me woman? Interesting. I resemble a lot of people, apparently. Uh, I have been mistaken for many, many people. Let's put it that way. And people used to always tell me, "You remind me so much. You look so much like my aunt. You look so much like my sister. You look so much like my cousin." I look like a lot of people, apparently. Just bring a frying pan. You know what? Frying pan. My grandmother's weapon of choice was a frying pan and a shotgun. Yep. So she lived though back in she lived in hill country some part of her life. She had to have a shotgun. She had to have a shotgun back then. Cast iron, exactly. I have a set of cast iron pans, mostly because of my grandma. Not they weren't hers, but I found them. You know what? That's another thing. What they'll do is your spirit guides, your helpers, your loved ones will often try and help you by putting things in your path that many things have been put in my path that shouldn't be that cheap, but I just happen to have the money on me to get them, and I get them, because, and it'd be something maybe that I wanted or something that they think I need. And, so all of a sudden I find a cast iron pan for $10 or something, or $5 or something like that, or I find some other thing that I need, and it's like, or maybe just sitting somewhere. I used to sometimes find stuff sitting behind the road like that. So, Garvin family of Texas. Oh, interesting. So, be interesting to know. I have some fractals in Texas, apparently. Interesting. I hope they're nice people because I know there was in Akron when I was younger. I looked like somebody in Akron that was a real nasty, biatch, and used to almost get beat up in her name until I'd explain I'm not from Akron. Yeah, there were people threatening to beat me up because I look like somebody. So it's always just a little scary. But yeah, I love cast iron. My grandma taught me how to take care of it after she was dead, posthumously. I've learned a lot of stuff from my family posthumously that they didn't teach me when they were alive. Oh yeah, I used to have a knife I really liked. I don't have it anymore. I had a knife I just I miss that thing. Raven Whitehorse in Texas. Raven Whitehorse. I don't think I have seen her. Would be interesting to see her, to see who you think I look like. People have shown me pictures of people that they think I look like before, and honestly, a lot of times I agree with them. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I look a lot like that person. The black part is chipping off and revealing silver metal. Okay, I know what to do about that, Bomber. And if you get in touch with me and we will talk about it. No, it can be cast iron if there's shiny underneath it. It it just depends. I have to ask you some questions. Um, I have to ask you some questions about it, and then we'll find out if it's real or not. And if it is real, you can still use it, and it'll be fine. They all passed, but were wonderful and kind souls. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, welcome me, woman. Your father's family lived in Akron. Well, it's a small little world, isn't it? Yeah, Stones, Bones, and Totems book and card deck. I haven't heard of that one. I haven't heard of that one. Hmm, neat. I'm gonna have to look that up. Just going for a stroll with my cast iron frying pan. Iron is supposed to repel certain things, um, cryptids and so on. Some spirits. Yeah, yeah, that can be okay. I had one like that. I had one that when I was cleaning it up, and I found out it's okay. You just have to reseason it. It depends, though. Well, we're going to have to. I'm going to have to go through it with you. There are times when you can also have something wrong. We got to look into it. Like I said, we'll talk about it. My aunt just passed, and you're her twin almost. Ah, yeah. I kind of would like to see that page if you will. Oh, and will one of my dear mods please throw our link to MeWe, our MeWe group? MeWe is um, a free social media, sort of like Facebook, but without the data mining and all of the ads and all of that crazy stuff. And we have a group there to keep ourselves together, so we can go and chat when we want to, and throw links and post videos and stuff like that, pictures. So we keep our pictures and videos and stuff and in our archives in MeWe.com. And you're invited, me woman. Uh, so you have to ask a couple of questions, but they're not hard. We just are trying to slow down trolls, but it's free. It might be able to be fixed. Well, like I said, we'll talk about. We'll make sure. So before before we do anything else, use Jedi mind tricks. Gladys is signing off for sleep. Okay, Gladys, dream well. Dream well, Gladys. Nice to have you over. Nice to see you and all that. There you go. Thank you, Bomber. And Bomber comes through. That is our link there. And if you hit that link, it'll take you to MeWe and it'll take you to our group. And if you, it's free to join up with MeWe, and it's a lot better than Facebook in that it's a safer place. Let's put it that way. Better, I don't know. Some people like the action of Facebook because it's a bigger platform, but we like MeWe because it's more private. It's more like a private platform. And you can have more of a private, without a lot of commercials and stuff in MeWe. So it's kind of a no BS place. And they'll try and get you to buy the Prime membership, and you don't have to. You can use it free. Typing blindfolded. Sometimes I type like I am blindfolded, but a lot of times, sometimes my phone will go absolutely nuts and will start typing a bunch of things I don't type, and will change every word I try to put down. It'll change all the words. And it comes out like word salad. I'm like, oh, that is not what I typed. Yeah, MeWe is anti-social media. Kind of. Anti-social. If you're kind of more introverted, it's a kind of a weird way. Okay. Since she died, everything you wished away as a child has returned. The veil has never been there so much for me, and years ago no one spoke openly about all this. Well, guess what? You're home. You're in the right place. We speak openly about it here, and uh, we do not laugh at people, and we do not try to say you're damned or doomed or whatever. We don't do all that. We just accept you as you are, your experience as it is, and try to help you with that. If you need some help with it, there's a lot of us here that have had various kinds of experiences that can help you with things. I'm a shamanic practitioner. I was a minister for a few years. I have a few other credits under my belt, but we're not going to go into that right now. But definitely, if you need help with something, just get in touch with people. We are also here to spread information and knowledge and help each other out, try and figure all this stuff out, because it is quite a lot. Yeah, it should work on a Chromebook. It should work on everything. I think it works on pretty much everything. I don't think anybody's had too much trouble with it. But if you do, Bomber knows a lot about MeWe. She actually has a site for MeWe Help. That's MeWe Help. Yeah, and they get erased or something. I hate that when that happens. When they just get erased. It's like, what the heck? Oh yeah, you want to save all of the you want to save all the good fats and use them. Absolutely. Yep. Uh, oh, so you're on Facebook and in the metaverse? Okay, well, I'm on Facebook, but I don't really go there much. I have a presence there. I don't use it very much. I don't like it very much. Metaverse. I haven't tried the metaverse. I tried something like the metaverse a long time ago, and I have spoken of that on this show. It is probably the birth of the Matrix, but it's probably the very first misty beginnings of the Matrix. Back, way, way back, there was probably my first one. My first one was a place called Active Worlds, and it was very simple back then, as things were. It got more elaborate as time went on, and then it changed to something else. We all switched to something else and something else. So those things have got more elaborate. Okay, let's see. Got pushed out fourth floor. When because of your seeing. Okay. I guess sounds like Catwoman's story. Remember? That's horrible. Uh, I did have an experience a long time ago in a haunted place. One of my friends got pushed off a balcony by somebody, and he swears it was a ghost, that something or somebody pushed him off the balcony. He did not fall, didn't just fall, he got pushed. Um, yeah, Alexa will eat words or replace words, and I'll have to like tell her 3 or 4 or 5 times, no, it's this. And then you have to hit something, push a button, say, no, it's the way I typed it in the first place. Right. Bomber is our MeWe help expert. Oh my gosh, did you have that happen too? Mine was in Spanish. Yeah, I don't think Facebook is that great. I don't think so either. I don't like it that well. Yeah. Well, we can help you. Please do get in touch with me. Okay, I'm going to put my email up. Here's my email. You can get in touch with me there. And we can talk. And if you're having issues, I can help you with that. Yeah, I kind of am a little bit afraid of the metaverse. Not exactly afraid, but just I'm not sure I really want to get into that. Yeah. Connecting to Borg, yeah. I have kind of seen what that can do, being getting lost in 3D land, 3D chat land. I have talked about it on the show before too. I saw many people get consumed by it. Their lives became consumed. And they started to live through this 3D world. It was a game-like system, but it wasn't really a game. It was a chat, but it was a 3D chat. So you could move your characters around like you were in a game. And I was in 3 or 4 different iterations of that, 3 or 4 different versions of that kind of an idea, and this was way before metaverse, like 20 years ago, and for more than 20 years ago now, 25 years or more. And I was a designer. I designed some stuff for some of them. So I saw people get completely consumed. And I also saw auras over our characters' head, around our characters. And I said, oh my God, we're actually ensouling our avatars here. Yes, we can ensoul inanimate objects. We can do that. How do we do that? I don't know, but we can. Spend a lot of time and attention there, maybe. Maybe this is why our cars develop personalities. I don't know. My cars all certainly had a personality. Um, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we ensoul things. Maybe that's part of our function. I don't know. But I started to see literal auras around our characters. Wow, did that give me a lot to think about? I mean, imagine that this isn't even physical. This is pixels. This is, yeah, something you see on a computer screen. You experience it through the internet. We're ensouling it. How does that happen? This I can only guess, but I know it happened. Yeah. MeWe is basically created for people who don't like the Zuckerfuckerberg spyware type stuff. I signed on. What do I do? Give. Want to throw that link again for our group, and then you find our names, and yeah, just come in the group. I'll start looking for you. Yeah, there. I got 2 groups. I got Galactic Woo Crew, and I have the Woo Lounge. And the Woo Crew is for the core group, and you're definitely one of those. So come on in to Galactic Woo Crew. Yeah, there's chat in there. There are posts on our page. Yeah, we can definitely ensoul things. Yes. So if we do the cyborg thing, yeah, we could do that. We could. I'm convinced we would be able to do that, but would it be a good thing? I don't know. Think of if you think of it, our bodies. We're ensouling our bodies. They're not spirits. They're physical. Well, as physical as you can be in this simulation that we're in, this matrix that we're in, right? I mean, they are a different density than our spirit. Our spirit's eternal. Our bodies are something we've made. This is a construct. This body I'm in, we built this. This isn't me. This body is not me. Your body's not you. You're not your body. This is obvious because we leave our bodies behind. So obviously, this is already a construct that we're in, already doing it. So can we do it with other things? Sure, we can. If you look at it that way, oh, it all makes now some kind of sense, right? Doesn't it? We can ensoul things. And this goes back to my experience with being in more than one place at a time, maybe, right? is we can ensoul things. Therefore, maybe, yeah, we would definitely be able to install it. Yeah, I'd have to say yes. And possibly at the same time as being in this one. Maybe you might even be able to because I was, but then again, I can bilocate too. Wow, I gotta think about this. I'm telling you, it's deep. Hey, like I said, we do the deepest of woo here. That's what we do. We do deep woo. That's what we call this deep woo. It's because we talk about stuff like this openly. You won't find it in too many places. Yeah, they don't give you the propaganda. They don't give you the propaganda thing. Yeah. YJ, that's a plausible argument that if we can see it, it's on this plane or we're on its plane in the physical sense. And even if we can't see it, it's still here. Like radio waves are still here and we can't see them, right? We only have a range. We have a range of things we can experience with these bodies, but we can boost that. We definitely can boost all these abilities. We know that's a fact. Um, yeah, there is overlap, and we do know that there is overlap because we are right now a bit of us still in the third. We are deeply smack in the fourth D, 4D, and we're heading to 5D and we're bumping the edge of 5D. I feel that too. I mean, you said that. I have been saying I kind of feel like we're on the edge of 5D. We're in deeply in 4 now. We're definitely in 4, bumping the edge of 5D and leaving the rim of 3. So, and I know that sounds very weird, but this is in terms of frequency. It's not like we're actually physically traveling. This is a totally an energetic frequency type thing. And yeah, I've been saying that for now. It looks like it's been at least 30 years that everything is energy, frequency, consciousness. And frequency and energy apparently is consciousness. So you could also say correctly, everything is consciousness. Yes. Yeah, definitely can be in multiple places at once. Definitely. Some of us do it all the time now. I do it all the time now. Yes, YJ, I'm sure of it. I'm sure we are in multiple layers of reality at the same time. I'm positive because when I saw the person who was working in the library at in her kiosk at the same time that I was talking to her, chatting with her via the internet, at the same time as she was living a life, a 3D life as a truck driver. Yeah, it's not that I was working in the library. I am still working there. I'm still there. Yeah, I still have that life going on. I'm there also. It's not like, you know what? I almost think people kind of think of it like we're lying in a pod somewhere. What if that isn't it at all? What if that's not it? What if it's like this? We're having a 3D life. If something happens here in this 3D life, I have to deal with the 3D of it. Maybe we have to deal with whatever is going on there too at the same time that we're doing whatever we're doing here. If you start to think of it like that, your head might spin a little bit, but then you might start to realize we might start to really see the truth here. Are we in a pod somewhere? Maybe not. We might be doing something entirely different back home and still doing it. So when we have hitchhikers, it may be like, wait a minute, may only actually be on us in another of these layers. Well, not actually on the one where our awareness usually is. Yeah. Yeah. And some beings seem to be able to see us when we're in this etheric form, like when I was on the spaceship with the blue guys. I was up in a ship with the blue guys and they could all see me. They all kind of smiled and nodded at me like, hey, hi, how you doing? And were not a bit upset about me being there. Very friendly. I said, you mind if I hang out a little while? And, it was a really interesting view of the earth. And they were just like, nope, no problem. Yeah. And this is another thing. I have dealt with a lot of schizophrenics, and a lot of the times when they're seeing and hearing something, there is something like that going on somewhere. They just think it's right here, right now, right, that they have to deal with it here physically. I don't think it always is. But when I was down in New Orleans, there was one schizophrenic that really intrigued me because what I was seeing in New Orleans has energy webs kind of like a spider web. It really is. And there are even places, there was a place called Spider's Bar or Spider's Pub or something, Spider's Grill, something like that. But it has so many lines of influence that it kind of looks like a spider web. And this guy was seeing a spider web and spiders, and he was seeing, uh, and there are things like that in the etheric down there. What he was seeing was things I was seeing in the etheric, but he didn't know it was etheric. He thought it was 3D. He was getting the two confused. So, and he told me that he had blown his brain on drugs. So basically, somehow he had blown out some filter. So he couldn't filter out what was going on the other plane. That's what made him schizophrenic. Take that as you wish and extrapolate from that what you can. And I think those of us who sleep a lot, we're very busy in other places. If you need to sleep, that's why I say, especially now, if you need to sleep, sleep when you can. If you feel like you have to, it's important. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, I've had stressful dreams. Wow. And I have been out helping people in my dreams. And I kind of got that proven to me that that's what I was doing. I can't 100% prove it to you, but it's been proven to me, to my satisfaction, that that is, in fact, what I'm doing at night. A lot of times I am out helping people, probably other fractals of myself or people near me, loved ones perhaps, or people who are in my group, maybe. James, you were dreaming that Ransom was cutting vegetables and you thought, how could that be? I'm in bed and then you are. That's that's a lucid dream. Yeah, certain people are antennas. Yeah, that's true. That is a lucid dream. Yeah. Oh, well, cool. Lucid dreams are great. And you know what? Did they intensify since you've been sick and kind of stuck to your bed? Because that's what I found. A lot of this intensified when I was sick and couldn't go anywhere. That was when I was really learning how to do all this stuff. That's when this stuff was really ramping up. And the more in the physical world I am, the less I have of that. Oh, guess who? Now that he's had a speaking part, he's going to want extra cat treats, of course. Cowboy says, "Hey, y'all. Are you showing him your best side?" Says Bud. He is a Manx, as you can see. He has no tail. Turn around. Let him see your pretty face. Come on. There he is. Yeah. Oh, some switch from human to vertical eye slits, B. Freeman? Yeah. Now see what happens when we have free and open chat. You're going to find out that there's more people that have these experiences than you think. You're going to find out that you are not alone, okay? That's why it's so valuable to share these experiences. And my saying, and I lay claim to it, we are disclosure. We are disclosure. We disclose to each other. It's very important that we do. As we tell these stories to each other and are honest about it and are open about this, we find out not only that we're not the only ones, but this is reality. Our reality's been hijacked because we haven't been able to talk about this. This is what hijacks our reality. You put us in a box, blinders on, and headphones only saying the propaganda, and guess what? All of a sudden, the real world is anything they tell you it is. Ah, yeah. Well, that happens. You know what? Spirits come to me because I can hear them. I've decided that. Spirits will come to you because they know you can hear them or see them. And a lot of them will leave when they find out you don't, because, why would you? If somebody ignores you, what's going to happen? You're going to get bored most of the time. Kitty cat. Yep, that's my kitty. That's Cowboy Kitty. Yeah, lucid dreams are great. Once you get, I am not lucid dreaming right now. I was for a little while, and now for some reason I'm not. Wow, that's great, YJ. Oh, that's great. Oh, no dreams and nothing? Wow, they must have been working on something. The whole eyes were slits. Interesting. Marilena! Hey, Marilena. Forgive me, I am behind in chat. Chat is going kind of different at a different time than it is for you guys. A huge platter of beautiful smoked salmon. Oh, yum. Yes. The ones who mean to polite have two different eyes. They appear human, and the eyes flash in and out of the other realm. You know what? I'd love to see those pictures. Please send them to me, and I will put them in our MeWe, or you can put them in our MeWe. I would love to see those pictures. Yeah. For some reason, I can bilocate, but I haven't had lucid dreams. But the bilocation is kind of like a lucid dream. It's weird. I can make things happen while I'm bilocating. So it's kind of like the same thing, only huh. Oh gosh, it's so hard to describe these things. 2.5 to 3 inches tall eye slits and sort of viperish. Holy crap. I'm trying to remember if I've seen that. I don't know. Yeah, flying is fun. Flying is fun. Aw, Marilyn, I'm sorry to hear that. And the power's going off in half an hour. Well, do you have any of your do you have any of your solar stuff charged up? God, this has got to be difficult for those of you who don't know. Marilyn is in South Africa, and they cut the power frequently and for long periods of time. And I guess next year they're planning on cutting it entirely. So you're going to have to be left to making your own. I have about the picks. Okay. From this year, like 3 picks. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I have a way with cloud people. You need some rain. Yeah, I seem to be able to a certain extent, manipulate weather. Probably to a larger extent if I really put my mind to it. But yeah, I can send rain. And it arrives within 4 days, usually, unless there's a block to it. And if there's a block to it, then we have to remove the block and then the rain will still come. Yes, I do. And that's been proven many times. Yes, I do talk to the cloud people, and I can talk them into raining for you. It's not that hard. They're very sweet, and I love them. They're sweet little elemental spirits. The cloud people are really elementals, very very sweet. They're just another culture, sort of like our own, but with an entirely different reality. Yeah, talk to YJ, and also if Jason's on, talk to him because there are people who are working on power, off grid power. And I am I have posted in MeWe some videos about collecting power from atmosphere, collecting power from the ground. You can make an earth battery. You can collect power right from the ground. Not very much though, but enough to charge your phone. You have videos of a friend literally being marked at a club. Please share that video. Please, if you come to MeWe. Yeah. If it is a short video, you can also send it to me at that address, at that email address, and I can play it in here if it's short enough. Wow. Yeah, we're trying to share this so that people get the word and know that they're not going crazy. No, you did experience that. Yes, this is real. Many of us have had this. You know, we've got to overcome this programming. This we got to take the blinders off, people. Some of us are choosing to take them off ourselves, but it doesn't. It happens in steps. Yeah, the Muppet DJ was a lucid dream. Yeah, the Wi-Fi would go off too. Yeah, and data's limited. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna try and see if I can do this. I'm gonna look into this, and you should too. This is a .com, bastion.com, BASTYON.com. I should have put a .com on the end of that. Yeah, not everybody is going to transition, or at least not at the same time. Yeah, we are the resistance. We are also the disclosure. We are also the cavalry coming over the hill to save us. We have been told, I have been told, and others too, we must be the instigators of everything. Then we will get help from all kinds of places, all kinds of beings. But we must be the instigators of change. We must. It's the only way. And then we will receive help. But we must have enough faith to start to make the change. Ah, hey Sandra, how you doing? Sandra Heath is in the house. Thank you, Bomber Bastion. Okay, Bastion does not need the internet to work. We may need to start thinking about moving to Bastion. Not that we have to give up all the other stuff, but we can add Bastion, maybe just as a backup. If things get weird, uh, Bastion is peer to peer and cannot be spied on. You got me? Okay. Bastion, the way that it's set up is it's set up to not be able to be spied on because it doesn't go through a main thing. It goes person to person. So it may be something that we have to fall back on. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that, B. Freeman. It certainly helps when I'm talking like this. I just have to be mindful that not everybody is in the same place. Because when you're doing a show like that, like this, you can't be sure everybody's in the same spot. You can't be sure people know what you do. There's a lot of people that don't. They haven't been quite through what we've been through. And so you have to explain it a little bit more. Ah, it is a platform. It is a social platform. Yeah. Somebody thought about that so that we have it if something happens with the regular internet. It's an alternative form of communication. And I've got to look more into it. I'm guilty of knowing about it and not having looked into it much too. But I think we need people to look into this just so that somebody can get really good at it and explain it to the rest of us. Okay? I mean, we need somebody to kind of help us along with this that is good at figuring out these things. When everything shuts down globally, yeah. That's why, you know what, YJ, I'm still uh, gonna put on some frequencies and work on manifesting since you said the bit about the island and you also said the bit about converting them all, and you also said the bit about everything that's been on my mind about and having some kind of home that we can take on the road and have caravans and go places, all of that. Um, I am going to devote a certain amount of my time towards manifesting our island, our mall, and our vehicles, our homes. I've already been doing that, but now I'm more determined than ever that that's probably what I'm gonna need to put some energy behind that. Just like anything you're doing in this plane, you have to put some kind of energy, make a start. You still have to, you know, take a hammer and a nail and apply the hammer to the nail in order to get things to uh, nail two pieces of wood together. So until we're beyond that, we're still going to have to make some kind of physical effort. Yeah. And then there are the truckers. Oh, by the way, I'm going to play that uh, if we feel like we're going to take a break. I'll play Cowboys Canadian Trucker video. I'll play that at some point. Oh, by the way, I have one to play for you that I've been working on here. Let me play it. It's only a short one. Do I have it uploaded? I have the one uploaded. This one. Hmm. Okay, back to comments. And also, I'm going to put this up in case you have a sudden urge that you want to support the cause because I'm paying $30 a month now to keep StreamYard up and running and storing our content. So so that and the reason you want MeWe to store your content is because or not MeWe, StreamYard to store content is because things can happen with YouTube. And actually it's not enough. They're asking me to get more because we have long streams here. Some very long streams, so really it's going to get more expensive to store our videos. And I'm thinking of loading some into some clouds in order to keep up with it, and then maybe linking to them somehow. I don't know, and so that we have some kind of a record. Oh, like McDonald's is wow. Well, that makes sense. Actually, that does make sense. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I have negotiated a better deal with my service providers. Sometimes if you say I can't afford my bill, I got to change something, they will. Well, Marilena, to this right here. Okay. Why do you feel extremely dizzy and tired when the power returns? One reason might be, yeah, our kitty freedom fire. Um, the reason you might be getting dizzy when the power returns is all of a sudden you've got a ton of electrosmog again. When it turns off, it goes away. That could be one reason. I don't know if it's the whole reason, but that could be one. Is remember, if you're sensitive, you're going to feel electrosmog. When it turns off and then comes, I had it happen honestly. The first time I had a router on at my place, I felt it turn on. I felt it come on. And I said something and people said I was crazy. You can't feel that. It's like, yes, I freaking well bloody can. I did. It turns out, yes, you can feel things like that. You're feeling, I think, the electrosmog return. Hello, Michelle Cannon-Free. How are you doing? And welcome. Thanks for coming to visit. Does that help at all, Mary? Yeah. See if it alters any. If you get you some EMF protection and it alters it, then you know for sure that's that. That's what it is. You may find that a lot of things improve though when the power's actually off. But yeah, you know what? I feel so good in the woods with nothing around. I mean, that's one of the things about the bog. There's nothing there for for a ways, you know? There's nothing in the middle of the bog except water and plants and nothing very nearby, although that's beginning to change now. I'm not going to like it when it changes. But um, yeah, the places where there's nothing around for a long while, oh, it feels so good. Yeah, we're energetic beings, and the changing energies are definitely going to affect us. We're going to feel it. If you're a sensitive person, you're going to feel it. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's different. And you know what? Another thing is that my old Wi-Fi drove me freaking nuts. And I talked about it on the show once. They called me telling me something was wrong with my Wi-Fi. I wouldn't turn it on. They called me saying, "Have you been noticing any problems with your Wi-Fi lately?" And I'm like, "Yes. I don't even want to turn it on. It makes me sick." Because it was making me sick every time I turned it on. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand the energy from it. And they said, "Oh dear, well we can give you a different setup." They changed it for free. I have been intending that something happened with this so that I can have, you know, the benefits of the Wi-Fi without having the ouch. And that and then they just called and changed it and it was for free. Oh, I believe it, Marilena. Um, yeah, there are the stickers. There are other things. There are things that you can wear um, that help a bit. Not, I have not found anything that entirely does everything, that takes care of it all like that. Whatever was going on with the other router, it wasn't helping that much. It was helping some. This is a Q link. It's it helps helps you deal with the EMF waves, and I wear it almost all the time. Yep, and I often frequently wear shungite is also supposed to help with that. Yeah, frequency sickness. There you go. That's a good way to put it, Michelle. Yeah, it can be very intense. Yes, exactly, Marilena. Doesn't it feel great when you're away from all that? It feels great. That's the way we used to feel. Why do you think we're so sick? There's so much of this crap in the air. People don't understand. It's a vibration. It affects us. We're vibratory beings. We get affected by it. But you know what? The interesting thing was the guy that I talked to, the guy that called up and said, "Have you been noticing anything strange with your Wi Fi lately?" That guy, when I said it's making me feel sick, and I said, apparently some of us are sensitive to the wavelengths, and we can get sick from it. And people are reporting this. And he said, "Well, I haven't heard about this, but I have often wondered if that couldn't be so, because I mean, all these waves in the air, wouldn't that do something to us? I mean, it is a thing, you know?" And I said, "Yeah, it is." And he said, "Well, we can try changing the setup and see if that helps." And actually, it did. It doesn't bother me now. I can have it on and it doesn't bother me. It's on right now. But yeah, um, you're working so much to get out of this game or to release your frequency, raise your frequency, right? You know what? Honestly, raising your frequency will change your experience almost immediately, or in some cases immediately. Like I said, I raised my frequency about my wallet, and in my mind, it was almost like, well, you've got a choice. Do you want it to be stolen? No, I don't want it to be stolen. I mean, you could create that. No, I don't want that. Okay. I create that this is just something uh, I need to not go out or whatever it is. There's something I need to learn, something that needs to happen because my wallet is gone, and it'll show back up when it's over. And I created that there. And it was, and it turned out very well. Now I actually have the chord to my DJX. And I can play my DJX, which I love playing. And I haven't done it yet. Actually, let me do it. Let me show you some of the things this thing does. It's a lot of fun. And of course, I can change the style. You guys want to hear some music? Yeah, you have to get it from Russia. It's only in Russia. That sounds like something the Geos would be. Yeah, you know what? And maybe B. Freeman, making a medium-sized magnetic field to keep us sane is something we need to learn to do. Oh, you've given everybody shungite. Yes, I have. By the way, I have, and please get in touch with me with Gmail if you want one. I have some magnetic bracelets that help too, made with magnetite. Okay, magnetite, not just hematite, but magnetite. And I can also, um, I have a shungite. Let's change the voice. Yes, it is. This is a shungite pendant with the flower of life stamped into it, embossed on it, carved into it. You can't really see it very well, but it's black on black, but it's carved right into the shungite. I wear this out a lot when I'm going out. The rest of it is copper and magnetite. These are copper coated beads right here, these coppery looking ones. And the dark ones here are magnetite. Apparently a type of hematite. And I wear this when I go out. Oh, that feels good. Hey, I'm going to wear it now. Probably all this electric stuff I'm dealing with right now. I should be wearing it right now. Yeah, or put it in your pocket. Yeah, we're having a woo rave. Yeah, here we go. I haven't used this in so long. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a weird one right there. I love this thing. You can put it in your pocket, I think, and you know what? You can also wear it under your shirt. You know, I have this, the little Q link I wear under my shirt. It doesn't show. I'll help you out with that, James or Ortiz. We'll come up with something for you. We should. We should all be helping each other, honestly. Oh, me woman. Okay. Uh, if your stones and your beads are breaking often, they are taking the heat for you. You need to get yourself some selenite. I have some selenite. I can send it to you. I have pieces of selenite. They're only like a couple of bucks a piece that I can send to you. You can grid your place with it. You can also, selenite will both charge and cleanse your stones and your jewelry. It's very cheap. Okay. So if your stones are breaking, they're trying to protect you usually. I had that for a while when I was getting a lot of bad energy directed at me. I would literally have my stones break because they were trying to deflect some of it for me. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I really like it. I wear it pretty frequently when I'm out. Wow, that uses wow, that's something. A two-story structure that uses crystals. Wow. Hematite explodes. Yeah. Well, there could be various reasons for that. Hematite is ferrous based. It's iron, but it does eventually. See, I had to change my vibration. I had to get rid of some of the crap that was coming at me. I don't hardly ever have anything break anymore, but for a while I had some very beautiful pieces break. They were trying to protect me. You know, I got a message from an elemental that I didn't know what it was at first. It looked it was shaped a bit like a sort of a crystalline, sort of mailbox shape, like the States have these mailboxes kind of round on the top, and like an old-fashioned mailbox. And I was looking at it, thinking, "What the heck are you?" I couldn't tell. Was it metal? Was it crystal? What the heck was it? But it had a gravelly voice, and it turned out to be an elemental. Because I was talking to somebody on the phone, and I was saying, "Well, the elemental kingdom will help if you're nice to them." And they like you, the elemental kingdom will actually help you a great deal. And that's what the clouds are, and that's what the thunder beings are, and that's what all of these elemental beings are actually here to help run what happens on this planet, or whatever you want to call it, and this realm. And we are the ones that are supposed to be telling them what we need. Okay, so this being told me that it was a mineral being, and that it had a kind of a gravelly sounding voice to me, and which is about right. Sounds like it should. And it was telling me that it would be glad to help us. I can feel the chills now. It must be listening right now. Thank you, and thank you, Mineral Kingdom, for helping us. Is this what you mean? Is this what you mean? This is a lead crystal right here. That gets rid of some things. This is hematite. And then there's a copper coil in a Q-link. Is that what you're talking about? That and more. Okay. Why exactly? Can you tell us why Me Woman's jewelry exactly is breaking? Yeah, he is agreeing that there is a frequency mismatch. Somehow frequencies coming to you that your minerals are actually trying to protect. Is that right? Minerals are actually trying to protect. That's exactly what you were talking about. Thank you. Ah, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Yes, your minerals are trying to protect you. Right. Somebody, I don't want to say what I'm thinking on the air, okay? I don't want to say it in a YouTube video. I really think, Me Woman, I think you really need to talk. I think we need to talk. I think it would be really good if we talked really soon. That's what I'm getting. Yeah. I went through a time like that. Somebody was trying to do harm to me. Let's put it that way. Somebody was trying to harm me permanently. You might be going through something like that. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Get in touch with me if you want my help. I'm willing to help you. I do understand these things more than some people, more than a lot of people. Yeah, that's true, YJ. You can test them that way. Email you. Well, if you're emailing me, yeah, I'll email back to you. Or if you come into MeWe, anybody that comes into MeWe sends me a private message. MeWe's pretty safe. If you need my phone number, and I know you and you check out. I mean, you're checking out for me. I mean, I'm not feeling that you're any kind of threat. I will give you my phone number, and we can talk. Okay, if you want. That goes for any of you in here that needs something. If you need my phone number, I already gave it to YJ Overlander. I hope you noticed, YJ. If you need to talk to me, go ahead and use that number. I don't mind. It's not going to bother me. It's what would bother me is if you gave it to somebody else without telling me. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you sent the video. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. That's right. The hematite did its thing, and you'll need to replace. You might need to, like I said, we'll talk. It gave up it's kind of gave itself on your behalf. It spent itself. I will do it after the show. I can't do it now because if I do it during the show, it'll disrupt the stream. So I'll do it later. Promise. Right, that's a good one. Another thing is if you can imagine it's what we call bubbling up, and we've done this numerous times here. I don't know though, we have a little bit of a new crew now. Some of the old timers remember this when we'd bubble up every show, because we would be doing workings. We would be doing spiritual work almost every show. And we might return to that at some point. A lot of times I still do it here. But bubble up, and that means imagine your shield, and you'll have a shield. First, see around you in your mind's eye. See a shield, and recommended is a copper, a silver, and a gold shield around you. In a bubble, all the way around you, a foot to a couple of feet out from your body. And you can do this with your mind's eye. I know you wouldn't, YJ. That's why I gave it to you. I have a bunch of hematite items here if anybody needs them. And I leave my hematite on the selenite to charge and cleanse. Yeah, and a lot of us have dealt with attacks and have found our various ways to get rid of attacks, to deal with attacks. So that's another thing you'll find in here. We all do that. We all have our ways. Most of them are very similar. A mirror outside your window. Actually, a mirror, in fact, you got to be careful with mirrors, though, because they're portals, too. You got to be careful where you put your mirrors. Okay. Don't worry, we'll help you. My people are smart. They know stuff. It's a paranormal rave. No, mirror facing out is fine. Just be careful where you place mirrors in your home. And and here's another tip. If you get mirrors, be careful where you put them. If you buy a used mirror, something with a used mirror in it, be real careful and cleanse that sucker. They can be portals. Mirrors are used in magical workings quite often. So people can use them in magical workings, and they often are. So we must be careful about mirrors and what they reflect. Also, when you put them around your house, be careful of what the mirror reflects, that it's something positive. So I have gridded my place, and I have had no problems, none, since I gridded my place with selenite. I got these little selenite sticks about this long. They're real cheap. $10 will cover most of your house, probably, if you're in a house. If you're in an apartment, I mean, all you need to do is set it up around the perimeters of your dwelling. You don't want it in water, though, because it will dissolve. Water is not good for it, and it's not good to drink the water because it's actually gypsum. You don't want to put it in your water. However, if you grid your house with it, it reflects so much light. It really shines light, and a lot of things will just leave you alone because it blinds them and it hurts. It charges and cleanses at the same time. It's amazing stuff. I have 2 selenite towers over on the south side of my place. I have little hunks of selenite here and there around the perimeter of my place. I haven't had any problem. Nothing comes in here now. The last time something came in, the boundaries were compromised. But I dispatched it really quickly. And I was in my sleep. I literally, it was in my sleep. It tried to attack me in my sleep. And I still got up, grabbed that sucker, and did something violent to it and got rid of it. That's all I'm going to say. But I have a sword that appears when I need it. In the astral, in the etheric. Yeah. When you're traveling, it is good to have a shield. Yeah. Yeah, charge and clear the hematite with selenite. It will help a lot. Okay. Well, that'll send a message. Someone gave you several mirrors. Cleanse them. You can use them for all kinds of things. Talk to me later, James. I can help you with that too. Your selenite turned dim and gray? Yeah, you try to avoid mirror. Yeah, mirrors can be tricky. I have them here. I'm careful with them. I have cleansed them all, and I control the mirrors here. Yep, mirror magic. It's very common. Yeah, you don't need a huge mirror. You just need a small one. But the huge mirror is certainly going to send a message. You're not welcome. Right. Return to sender. You found it at Marshall's for $12 for a 2-foot stick. Well, that's not bad. That's not bad. Not a bad price. But your selenite turning gray is kind of worrying me a little bit. Do you smudge it? Like with sage smudge? Something must be going on with you. What about the rest of you guys? Are you kind of getting the picture that something's going on with me, woman, that's a little bit more than the usual? Yeah, it's not signing for an unwanted package, exactly. Bells. I have a mechanical, what do they call them? Wind chimes. And when I turn that on, it periodically blows air on the wind chimes so that they chime. Yes, chimes are also a way to change resonance. Another way to change resonance is I have another MeWe group. I haven't, you know what, me woman, this is going to help you. I have a MeWe group that is healing music. It's called Healing Music, Frequency, Solfeggio, or Frequency, Solfeggio, Rive, something like that. It's there are these videos right on YouTube that you can play that have frequencies that do the work that you don't have to constantly be doing things. It can be doing it in the background for you. Um, and these things you can play, you can get them on all subjects, all kinds of subjects. You can get curse and hex breakers. You can get to help with your breathing in your lungs. You can get to help with your circulatory system. You can help reduce fear. You can help release the past. You can get it to help you bring money, magnetize money. You can get all these frequencies and look down in the comments to make sure that people talking positively about them. And a lot of times you will find certain ones are really super effective. And I very much recommend you looking into those. And I have a group on MeWe where we're keeping and listing them. And does any of my mods happen to have that link that they can throw for people to my frequency sites? Yeah. Hey, Gemini came in, made it in. Hey, sister. Something's been lurking and you've been playing stupid. Yep, could be. No smudge, but you tried to use frankincense. Okay, it, it there is a really nice smudge kit you can get right off Amazon. Might be able to find it in town if you have a town nearby that carries this kind of thing. Um, I got a really nice smudge kit right off Amazon that had some nice sage, a shell, a smudge shell, smudge bowl, and a fan, a feather. Yeah, I got a nice kit off Amazon. But um, sage is a good smudge for most things, and it's fairly cheap on Amazon and in some stores. And you can actually even grow, depending on where you live, you can grow sage. Yeah, kind of sounds like Me Woman belongs here, doesn't it? Is there a disco going on? No, it's my DJX. I told the story. You're going to have to rewind and listen to the story of my DJX. How I got my DJX functioning again. I got my DJX functioning again because David stole my wallet. You know the story about the part I don't think I told you about is during that time Jason cooled his jets long enough to find the cord that fits my Yamaha DJX, and now I got a keyboard again. My Casio was failing. So that's what you're hearing. I'm really happy to have my DJX working again. It's really fun. And now I can have music. That's one. That's two. I kind of like two. Yeah, it sounds like something's going on with the energy of the selenite. You might want to get a second selenite, and you're gonna need to cleanse that one. Yeah. It sounds like all your stones are trying to protect. Maybe that's why this guy showed up. He hasn't told me his name. I can call you Roxy. Okay, Roxy. Really? Cool. Okay, Roxy says, yes, they've been helping you. They've been trying to protect you. And am I giving her good advice? Yeah, you should rinse all your stones regularly. Okay. He wants you to use the cold water cleanse. You can actually run your stones under cold water, asking the water elementals to please cleanse them. That's another way of cleansing them. Won't work too well for selenite, though, because selenite is water soluble. The water will affect it. Um, Smudge, can you tell us why her selenite is turning gray? What? I didn't even know that was possible. Your selenite's trying to fight whatever this is off. Apparently, you are in some kind of danger. And your minerals are all trying to protect you. I can turn it off, Gemini. I'm just having fun with it. Well, just tell me. Right. Yeah. I was just showing off my DJX, Gemini. Well, just tell us you don't like something. I was showing off my DJX. I have a DJX, my DJX up and running again. I have a keyboard running again. My Casio is pooping out on me. We got a mighty convoy smoking the van, and well, when we finally get our convoy together. You're sleepy lately. Well, you're probably doing a lot of work in the other realm. Right. No fear. That's right. Well, I agree with that 100%. Last time you opened up something very dark. Okay. Yeah, white sage I'm talking about. But maybe that's what you're dealing with. Yeah, well, we need to discuss this. And YJ, some people can do that, and then I couldn't do that. Not right away. I could later. Later I could do that, but I couldn't do it right away. Oh, by the way, if anybody cares to support this, it's costing me money every month to keep this stream going. So if anybody cares to donate, please do. That will be cheerfully accepted. You know what? That's okay. I am very fine with that. You don't have to pay a thing. I don't charge for most of my services. YJ is powerful. He's a male me. And when he says stuff, it listens. Stuff listens. They're afraid of us. You'll get to the point, stick with us, me woman. You'll get to the point where they will be afraid of you. Ah, yeah, the sensitive people are all sleeping a lot. One day, well, then you're already stronger than they are. Okay, me woman. Yeah, you're supposed to be here, obviously. Don't worry. At some point, you're going to be one of those people that when they see you, they're going to run in fear. Dark stuff is just going to go, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. No, I'm out. I'm out. No. Yeah, some sort of reaction to the environment. Roxy is saying it's not mundane. It may be also something mundane, but there's something very not mundane going on with her, YJ. And Roxy seems to know stuff. Roxy, like I said, I just asked him what he wanted to be called. He's relatively new to my understanding, but he has been helpful. And he is a mineral elemental, shaped a little bit like a mail, an old fashioned American mailbox. Those big metal ones. Um, don't worry. Between us, we'll get you sorted out. You'll be fine. You're gonna turn the tables on them. Whoever or whatever this is, it's not gonna stand. You've already lived through an attempt. I don't want to say it on the air, but yeah, it looks like something is trying to bump you off. I went through that. I had near death things happen to me all the time, things where I could have died. I mean, I had a bunch of things like that happen to me when I was married. This is one of the reasons I'm no longer married and haven't been for years. I'm not going through anything like that. I'm gun shy now. It's like, well, no, I don't want to go through that again. It's more than one thing. Okay, there you go. Exactly. Okay. Your ex's grandmother and him were doing evil things. Okay, here we go. See? Yep, 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 yep. I think, okay, I have another friend. She actually, the guy thought she was dying. So he actually admitted that he was killing her for a satanic ritual. He set up her death for a satanic ritual, that she was a sacrifice. And it has to be somebody close to them or a friend. Sometimes they make friends with somebody just so they can sacrifice them. Um, that's one scenario, possible scenario. But yeah, he it's horrible. Yeah. So it could be YJ. We're still going to have to deal with it. We still have this plane to work with that we have to work with it from where we are or from where we can get to. So it doesn't really matter where it's actually from. Ah. Oh gosh, yeah. Okay, I helped somebody with one of those once, finding the dead animals outside. Yeah, I had to help somebody with one of those deals once, more than once actually, but most notably once people were doing things trying to get rid of her. Yeah. You know what though? Honestly, things changed when they were trying to do it to me too. I mean, at my old place. My old place wasn't very secure and it was very hard to secure. When I moved here, this place is much easier to secure. So I can secure this place. The other place was just too difficult. Um, you may have to move. I mean, a lot of times it helps if you move. If you get that feeling that you need to move, you probably do. Yeah, yeah. If it tried to push you out a window, it's got to be dealt with. This is something that is affecting this plane and it has to be dealt with. Yeah, that's what I said. YJ, you maybe want to get some more selenite. You might want to get you might want to get enough selenite to put in. Okay, when you grid your place, you'll want to put it at least in the four directions of your place, at least. But I have these little sticks about like this, and I have them all around the place. I have maybe 10 of them, maybe 12 lying around in different areas around here, just up in the corners. They're very unobtrusive looking. They're white so that they don't show much. So, the walls are light colored and they don't really show. So you can put them up they're little, you can put them up on a door jamb or something and they don't show. People don't know that you're doing it. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? Something you're kind of in our sphere of influence now. Um, so probably, I hope by now it knows that its time is over. Sorry, the jig is up. Too many of us know how to deal with this. There's no way you're going to prevail. We're going to help her, and you are going to be out of luck. You might as well just give up and go away. It's useless. It's useless. It's useless to try and do this to her now. She's got help now. We're here. To heck with you, and you better fear us. Yeah, yeah. Right, a mundane method of dimming the light, exactly. You're gonna be okay. You know what? Half the time, I will tell you something I learned. Half the time we bring things on ourselves by who or what we let in to our mind, to our heart, to our consciousness, to our home, to our routine, our daily circle of friends. We let these things in, not knowing half the time, or maybe more than half the time. It's something we did that caused them to latch on. We walked through a bad section of town and didn't peel them off. Here's the thing. If you are coming home feeling yucky and like maybe you got an attachment, you need to take care of that immediately. After a while, they will find that they can't attach to you successfully, that they're not going to be able to stay attached to you. It's going to be unsuccessful. You have to just keep working on it until they realize that you are not a pushover. You are not a pushover. You are not going to allow it. Yeah, whatever's been poking at you. Yeah. Yeah. That happens. Well, don't beat yourself up about it. Most of us have done stupid things like that, dumb things. We're not taught how to deal with this from birth, as we should be. Our parents should be teaching us how to deal with these things. But instead, they're filling our minds with gobbledygook. Bullshit. Yeah. Well, here we go again, you guys. I kind of got a warning that we're going to be doing this again. I'm going to have to get out my smudge bowl, and I'm going to have to get out my candle and my crystals. And when we do these shows, I'm going to have to be ready. Ben was just a reminder that from time to time, we're going to have to peel stuff off of people here in order to get them in the right frame of mind to be able to be here with us. They've come to us for a reason, so that they can live their lives and fulfill their purpose and claim their sovereignty. That's going to probably be part of our mission here. Now, not everybody has to participate, but we used to do it that way back in the old days. That's how we rolled. Somebody comes in needing help, we help them. Power of the group. Um, and it works. We've had it work quite often. Some people keep getting jumped over and over, though. So we also have to teach people how to protect themselves so they don't keep getting it back. You do have some personal responsibility. Don't rely on us totally. You need to be able to protect yourself, and we need to help you with that. Maybe, but you can learn to protect yourself, and then you can join us and do just what we do, help each other. And then the next poor person that comes in here with this kind of thing, you can help them. And all of us together, it doesn't stand a chance. It doesn't. Yep. Oh, yeah. If we need the big guns, Archangel Michael is always ready to bring those in. Most of the time, we don't. I have a group of angels that I send, and actually, I'm already doing that, me woman. Uh, I told my angels to talk to your angels, and you give your angels. Guess what? You have angels. You have beings that are assigned to you to protect you and take care of you. They're standing around waiting to take orders from you. Tell them to protect you. Tell them that they need to protect you. Some beings can't help you unless you ask. It has something to do with free will. Oh, heck, I don't have to do an actual invocation. All I have to do is say, hey, Michael, we have a situation here. He's so used to me. It's, oh, Michael, my dear sweet friend, we've got some issues here. He's so used to me. He's like a great big friend. So is the angel of death, by the way. Don't be afraid of the angel. The angel of death, Azrael, is not a bad guy. He's actually a good guy. He helps people cross over. He helps them die. He helps them relinquish this world. He's not a bad guy. There's others that did fall, but the angel of death, the actual angel of death, I know him too, and he's okay. He's great. He's a great guy. Nothing to be afraid of. He's actually trying to help us. And he's often one of the angels that people see when they're getting ready to cross over. People will often see him. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna send the same for you, B. Freeman. Okay, you guys. B. Freeman, tell your angels to handle it. And if it still bugs you, pull out your sword. And you instinctively know how to do this. You do too, me woman. You may find that your etheric body, when you become aware of it, that you have a sword. You have an etheric sword or some other weapon. Some people have other weapons. I have a sword, but I also have these energy bolts I throw. And it's funny because I found some selenite that looks exactly like these energy rods I throw. It's so cool. I'll have to show them to you sometime. I was going to show, by the way, here's another thing that may be in a border. I don't know what you call it. Jason sent me a short video of some phenomena over at his place. He had an orb, but after he sent it to me, it disappeared. He said, I swear there was something in there, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. I said, Jason, I didn't see anything. He said, 19 seconds in. He said, I don't see anything. But he did before he sent it. So I didn't show the clip because I don't see anything in it. I'm wondering, maybe I should put it in MeWe and see if anybody sees anything in it. There may be some particular thing about it that, you know. Well, you know what? It depends on your mindset how he looks. To me, doesn't look creepy. He just looks like a guy. To tell you the truth, he looks like a dark-haired man. And so he doesn't scare me. I'm sure this is so he doesn't scare me. He just looks like a dark-haired man in a white shirt and a black pair of pants and a he looks like he works in an office somewhere. Good looking guy though. He doesn't want to scare me. I know that's why he looks that way. He just doesn't come in a scary form. He does have a scary form, but He doesn't come in it. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Burning sweetgrass with no sage. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Always do sage first. Yes. See, there's all these things available now, but people don't tell you how to use them right. That is really my objection to Ouija boards. In one respect, they're just wood. That's it. Or paper, cardboard with some print. But they are also a focus and a tool. And we charge things. We charge things by our attention. Oh, and a bit of plastic, plastic planchette. But they sell it to kids with bad instructions. They sell it as a kid's toy with bad instructions. That I very much object to. They sell it as a game, as a toy. It is not a toy. It's not a toy. It is a focus. It can, with your intent, open portals. Many things can. See, we are not given proper instruction of these things. Oh, yeah. Well, they'll bring you different tools from time to time. Yeah, he looks a bit happy about death. Well, the thing is, B. Freeman, is for a lot of people, death is a happy thing. It's the end of pain. When I was dead, there was no pain and there was no fear. For many people, that's a relief, especially people who have been sick or in pain for a long time. It's a relief. And some of them are very happy about it. But in this case, me woman's not ready to go yet. Oh no. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Did somebody time out me woman? Shoot. Yeah. Who timed her out? Or did something else happen? I don't think any of my mods would have timed her out intentionally, that's for sure. I don't think any of you guys would have done that, would you? No. Well, she was getting some help. Maybe something didn't like that. That's okay. I had a lot of struggles before I got a hold of I got a grip on this whole thing. I wasn't always like I am now. There was a time when I was very fearful and had near death things happening to me all the time. I was almost getting killed by things right and left. And I was really beat down. You can you can work your way out of it. You can get out of it. It didn't happen immediately, but I did work my way out of it. Yeah, out of your body and half dead. It's very pleasant. Yeah. Actually, very pleasant. Oh, you can see who it was. Yeah, I guess that can happen. Oh, yeah. YJ is explaining how stories about the genie in the bottle came to be. Yeah, it'll be an accident here. We won't be timing you out on purpose. I don't think we've timed out anybody except bots for a long, long time here. If we ever do get an actual troll, of course I will, but or somebody will, but I've almost done that a few times when things were running kind of slow. Mhm. Well, you're going to be okay now. Be happy and raise your vibration. You're going to be just fine now. This is going to stop. This is not going to be your life anymore. It's going to change. You've come to the right place. And whoever got you here, bless them. Yeah. Well, you got it. You've got it, me woman. And this is why I'm just as glad that we're growing organically and I'm not over boosting this station, this channel, is because people that come here, I'd really like them to be of this kind of frame of mind. People like us that help each other and have a very strong core group here so that if anything else shows up, we're ready and we can handle it because I don't want to have to handle some of these things on my own. I have the stream to run and I have a few other things to take care of. You know what? Jenny Whitebear did that to me once and she felt so bad. She felt so bad. She was like, "Oh God, I feel terrible. I timed out the ocean. I really didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it." Poor Jenny. Now I call her Fast Draw Jenny all the time just to tease her about it. I told Jenny Whitebeard not to worry about it, but I call her Fast Draw. Weren't sure. This channel is pretty new. I remember saying something a few months ago to you. Wasn't sure if you were a cook or not. Cook? Did you know Stranger Things is based on facts? Yeah. Yeah. I haven't seen Stranger Things, but that's what I hear. Oh, the MK Ultra thing. Oh yeah, that is a messed up thing. Um, well, I haven't been here for years and years, but I've been here for about a year, I think. I think I've been here. Have we had an anniversary yet? Maybe we did. I think we did. I think my anniversary might have come and gone. We'll have to celebrate an anniversary at some point, I guess. Oh yeah, I had to deal with the MK things too. It's got to be longer than a year now, yeah. Still, a lot of channels have been around way longer than that, but yeah, I finally started mine. I had to get over myself and start it. I was told that I had to start it. It's like, girl, you got to do this. You got to get over yourself and do it. I did want to do it, but I didn't want to do it for the longest time. Oh, I did that. I muted myself like that, YJ, one night, remember? Oh, Jesus, Ouija boards. Jesus, Ouija boards. Okay. Just when you thought you've heard it all. You thought you heard of everything. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Amazing. Yeah, I hear it was. I hope that I get to see it at some point, but I am a cheapskate. No, I'm just frugal. I gotta remember, I'm simply frugal. I don't like to waste money. I don't like to spend money on things that I can eventually get for free. Um, because I don't have that much disposable income, really. The way things are right now. I'd rather spend it on being warm and going out to eat at a, Chinese place once in a while. But than paying to see Stranger Things. So eventually I'll find a place I can see it for free and then binge watch it. But you know what? I just happened to think. What do you guys think of this? If you slap divine geometry on a Ouija board, maybe that would change it. Think about it. You put divine geometry on anything, it changes it. Oh, yeah, maybe. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's great. I'll so I can let him have your email. Okay. Yeah, I'll let YJ have your email then because you've given your consent. And if he feels like sending you something, he can. Oh, well, thanks so much for trying. Okay, great. I will then. I'll make sure he gets it because I've got his email. Thank you for trying that, B. Freeman. Very wise of you. Don't work with a lesser banishing ritual pentagram. Interesting, interesting, interesting. We're gonna have to come up with a it almost sounds like we're gonna have to come up with a group Book of Shadows again. We spoke of this once. Probably we'll do this in MeWe. Create a subspace of our group to put the spells and things and information on different things so that we don't lose the information. Yeah, you can speak to any of us privately in there. And once again, B. Freeman, I know you well enough. If you email me, let me put that back up. If you email me, I'll send you my number. There, my email. Well, you're kind of tied into us now. Somebody might be burning something or smudging. Is somebody smudging? Yeah, one of these days we gotta magnetize a bunch of money for us all. A Ouija calculator. Very cool, B. Freeman. So all these people that are having trouble with their Ouija board, we now know what we can tell them. We now know what we can do. A lesser banishing ritual, and your Ouija board is useless. A lesser banishing pentagram, and your Ouija board is useless. Very cool. Oh, it's extremely expensive to call. Oh, B. Freeman's vaping. Okay. That may be the burning smell. Yeah, I use passwords I can. 12 o'clock? It's 2 in the morning here. Cool, me woman. What did I tell you guys? We're going to start drawing people, different people with these different skills. We're going to start drawing them so that we can share this information. We're all going to be a lot better off. Wow, I'm getting excited about this. Now, this is the interesting thing. Remember a while back, some of you may remember, I was told that I was going to hear that I was going to be moving in a few years, probably in 25. And that I was going to be hearing about it this fall. This is the fall. I've now heard about 2 or 3 different places that I might be moving. I might move, that we might have an eco village. I'm kind of getting excited. YJ's got a place he's looking at. Another person I met has got a place she's looking at. She's looking at land in Arizona. YJ's looking at land in BC. And then there's the idea of converting them all. Groovy. We need that kind of information. Virginia? Well, I'd like to hear your reasons why, but Virginia hasn't come up. Oh, and you have pine logs on the fire. Yeah, that would do it too. Okay. Well, aren't you the one that's good at finding things? See, it's all Overlander's fault. You're smelling probably the pine logs. Whatever's going on with B. Freeman is part of what's taunting you too. You're saying it's the same entity? I need to talk about that, YJ, because I don't know too many things like that. It's not the way I normally function, but it would be good to know. Normally, the way I function, it would be good to know these things, though. Normally, the way I function is I have one of my, they're almost like, my angels and my guides are almost like extensions of myself. I mostly have them handle it now, or I'm very direct. I don't really know a whole lot of spells or rituals, not too many. Ah, okay. That's basically what we do. Um, most of them, end up getting sent for um, how would you call it? Recycling, readjustment. They get a chance. They get a chance to decide whether they want to experience. Now, you can't really ever get rid of anything entirely if they want to experience oblivion or reformation, if they want to reform. And it's up to them. Some of them actually beg for oblivion. Okay. Clairalience. That's clairvoyant smelling. Okay, I'm gonna put a bubble on this channel. Hang on, everybody. Before we pull this kind of a stunt, can we please bubble up this channel? Everybody bubble up and bubble the channel too. I don't want to have to deal with any side crap, okay? Yeah, it's called Claire Aliens. Claire Aliens. Not aliens, aliens. Lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Okay. Okay, angels, stand by. Circle, sphere, stand by. Guard. Mhm. Okay, we're ready. Whatever happens. I think something's about to get pretty upset. That's tough. Gets upset and tries to do anything that's going to get his butt kicked. Well, B. Freeman, yeah, that makes sense now. It does make sense. Wow, we've been on for 4 hours already. Went really quick, didn't it? Yeah, I use it very sparingly myself. Yeah, time to kick that biatch to the curb. Yeah, it's okay. We'll stand by while you're doing that. Yeah, because I was learning a lot of stuff like that at one point, and then I realized I could probably do this by dialing direct, so to speak. You get to a certain point, you just have an intention. My angels are sort of like an extension of myself. Then I have some other guides. They're sort of extensions. Put your wagons in a circle, pilgrim. It ain't Indians. Ain't Indians we're dealing with. Put your wagons in a circle, pilgrim. Yep. Um, Definitely we used to have that happen all the time here, all the freaking time. And always somebody come running in here, end up being one of us. Cool, right? Yes, that's very cool. Okay. Wow. This is kind of an intense night. But I feel kind of wish there needs to be maybe this Bastion thing will be it. I don't know. But I kind of feel like some things we should be doing on a private stream. Keep your blade with, yeah. Well, I have an astral one that just sort of materializes when I have to, you know, an etheric one. I just kind of, and something attacked me. Like I said, the thing that attacked me in my sleep, I had to do the straight down. It materialized that way, and I had to. It didn't ever come back. No, it's spelled Bastyon. Sort of like Bastion, the never ending story, yes. Yeah, I thought of that too. There you go. And when it can't carry out the function anymore, it ceases to exist. Funny, huh? Magic Indians. They're not usually the bad type. Oh, sex chat. Who wants to kick the bot? Find love on the best dating site. I'll hit it if nobody else does. Okay, I blocked it. Oops. Shit, something happened. YJ, I didn't mean to block YJ. I meant to block the sex chat thing. Shit. Now I have to unblock YJ. How do I do it? Ah, help. Shit, how do I unblock him? Ah, damn. I can't go to his name. It's gone. Freaking bloody hell. Where? You got it? Did you fix it? Okay, we got you back. This is why I need mods. I really need mods. I really do. I'm not kidding. I really need them. He's not? We'll fix it. No, I can't. I don't think so. Wait. I think while you were blocked, it wasn't coming in. Oh gosh. It looks like everything you said disappeared. Everything you said disappeared from my end. I don't see anything you wrote. Damn. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I know. How am I gonna get it back to him? Well, shit. Hang on. I can't do it from here. Hmm. No, I'm looking. I can't do it from here. I gotta do it from Oh no. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go through. I might be able to do it from my tablet. That's what I'll do. I'll get on with my tablet. YouTube dysentery. What, cowboy? What? What? What you talking about, Willis? You know, the owl on your butt has shrunk into just a kind of a formless blob. He used to have an owl shape on his butt, now it's just kind of formless. Yeah. It's like, oh, great. Sorry. Oh, shit. I hate when I do things like that. That damn dysentery. Damn dysentery. Oops. Speaking of hitting buttons by accident. Oh, no. I'm turning it off so that can't happen. Okay, let me get in here and okay. My Mahdi buddy, I fell asleep and timed someone out. Plenty of bullets in there. Okay, let's see. Overlander, add moderator. Okay, now I gotcha. Okay, I re-wrenched you. Feeling better? Well, we've only been on 4 hours and something, and Butterthumb saved you from dysentery. I know how to make them for free. You don't pay anything until the people buy them. However, it makes t-shirts a little bit on the expensive side, but they'll give you a free shop. So I know how to do that. It'll all work out in the end. Okay, why don't we make t-shirts? I could do that. I know how to do that. I had a t-shirt shop. It's not that hard. Yeah, we're having a woo rave party, but it hurt Jim and I's ears, so we shut it down. It was bothering Jim and I. Yeah, we could do that. I know how to do that. I'm gonna sell some of my photographs too, and they're gonna be photographs of phenomena. You want some phenomena photographs to put on your wall? Some of them are going to be phenomena. Some of them are going to be just my photographs. If you look back over my thumbnails, most of them are photographs of mine or art. Yeah. Okay. We can do that. We can do something like that. Sure. Teesprings, there's Cafe Press, there's Zazzle, there's Spreadshirt. Some of them give you a free website, but it's only a one-pager, and you only get one design. Now, if you want the free website on Cafe Press, you can get it completely free, but it's only one design at a time. But you can have as many of those little shops as you want. So, say we decide we want a particular t-shirt and we want to link that, we would have to link all the little individual shops, but we could do that. That's how Cafe Press works, and they'll drop ship it for you. They'll ship it right to whoever. You don't have to do anything except upload the art and promote it. But you have to have the art correctly uploaded. You have to. The tricky part is getting it the right size and the right resolution and all that. That's the tricky part. A glitch bird. A glitch bird. The woo suit. That could be funny. Patches. We'd have to find somebody that makes patches. Yeah. The woo suit. Oh, that's kind of an interesting idea. Bigfoot, alien sighting, alien abduction, astral travel, ghost, dogman, time travel, time slips, Mandela effect. I'm gonna have to look into it. That's funny. And we're gonna have to look into that. Cracked out tweaker patch? Zombie patch. Ooh. I want a woo suit. It's like a zoot suit, but more up to date. I want a woo suit, baby, this evening. I want a woo suit, baby, tonight. I want a woo suit, baby, this evening. I got some Bigfoot, I got some ghosties on my mind. Quantum Bigfoot, yeah, I have a webinar of quantum leaps. I should have a webinar. I should. I should look into that. We got all these wonderful ideas. We're going to have us a converted mall. Have a hot tub and a swimming pool and where the fountain used to be. And a plants in the atrium. Plant plant all our good plants. Actually, in some areas we could just plant plants, you know what I'm saying? We could probably make a good living like Justin um, Good Earth does growing weed. Yeah. What this? Oops. Yeah, wait a minute. I can't remember what I had. Now I can't find it. Yeah, modern day zoot suit. Zoot suit riot, throw back a bottle of beer. Zoot suit riot, I'll run a comb through your cold black hair. Bum, 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 bum. A zoot suit riot. Bum, 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 bum. What if glitch birds are actually elementals mistaken as birds? What is glitch bird? Glitch birds. Explain glitch bird. But will you love me forever? What's it gonna be, boy? R.I.P. Bunny Patch. What about a bunny man patch? Like, it's a very, very mad world. Birds just seem to float into nothingness. Just birds just seem to float into nothingness. Just disappear. They just fly right in. And wouldn't that be a bitch to be flying along as a bird and just fly right into a portal and hey, where the hell? That would suck. Oh, a glitch plane stuck in the air. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, where they just are like hanging there. They're not going anywhere. I know what you're talking about. Wow. Yeah. I always wonder about that stuff. Will you love me? Will you love me forever? Will you need me? Will you never leave me? Will you make me so happy for the rest of my life? Will you take me away? Will you make me your wife? I gotta know right now. Before we go any further, will you love me? Will you love me forever? Yeah. A UFO flew through. Maybe. Sometimes I think they get really confused. If the magnetic if the magnetic field is moving around and weakening, I think whales are beaching themselves because a lot of things use that magnetic field to navigate. And sometimes flocks of birds. Yeah, they might have got in the way of a UFO. I thought of that too. I thought, yeah, what if a UFO just kind of smacked them? Oh, weird. It probably does glitch once in a while. Alien roadkill. Mm. Yeah, it could be cloaked ships, but the thing stopping in midair thing. I mean, guys, these are the things that make me say, yep, Matrix, yep, sim theory, yep, mm-hmm, yep. Ever since Atlantis, the record is skipping. Well, since we stored things on crystals. Oh, Roxy, how about the stuff we stored on crystals? What about it? Okay. Does this have anything to do with that? I'm getting a picture like sometimes, yeah, sometimes there's like some kind of a geomagnetic thing that happens, but that doesn't account for the glitch birds. And if they turn into cartoons, then we'll know for sure, right? That's what we get for almost destroying, yeah, with the nuclear. Seriously? A guy walked right out of a portal on live TV behind the reporter. Oops. You saw the glitch is the veil, the side of the building open with nothing hitting, then later smoke. Oh, yeah, see, it was really weird. It it wasn't right. I mean, that's already loads of people have already proved that was an inside job and it wasn't what they said, but um, nobody knows that because they're not telling people that. Yeah, the Truman Show, pretty much. Yeah, send it to me later or post it in MeWe. That's fine too. You can post it in our MeWe group. Like I said, we might need to look into Bastion so we can communicate without internet when the time comes. And yeah, I'm glad somebody thought of that and made it. That's another thing. and actually did the follow through and made it. Man, I've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes, over 4 hours and 30 minutes without a break. I think I'm gonna very soon wrap it up. Although we've been having such a wonderful chat tonight. I dearly love it. We gotta sleep sometime, folks. Yeah. This is interesting. Yeah. Well, this is happening again tomorrow night at 10. And then it'll happen again on Wednesday at 10. I'm going to try to come in right around 10 every single time. 3 times a week at least. I'm going to look for another night because I don't kind of feel like three is enough. But I do have other parts of my life that I have to keep going with. And it takes something to run this thing. It takes something to run a channel. It takes some doing. So, um, yeah, EST Eastern Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time on Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday so far. And we do have guests sometimes. When I can, if anybody is good at snagging guests, let me know because I could use help with that. I really need help running the channel. If anybody knows how to do that better, because I really have been doing kind of a so-so job in some regards. So if anybody is, has some aspect that they can help with, please let me know. Thank you. Really cool. And you guys, you know what I always say? Truth is where you find it. Hope you're finding some on my channel. And remember, you are divine. You are creators. So create wisely and well. And when you sleep, dream big and dream well. And don't forget to let people know that you love them because many people are going to be leaving. See, we have so much to share with each other. Yeah. Get into MeWe, get us over in MeWe. That way I can get off camera, go to the bathroom, find you in MeWe. Yeah. Well, thank you, YJ. Yeah. I'm just stumbling my way through this, really. I I'm figuring it out as I go. I did take some broadcasting training, but when I took my training, it was so long ago. It has nothing to do with the way things are right now. Yeah, right, a YouTube frequency. That's right. You can get a YouTube frequency that is for good sleep. Thank you. And we'll have it on. I'll if it's short enough, I might be able to put it on for a minute without too much trouble. Okay. Yeah, love and hugs, everyone, and welcome home, me woman. Right. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. See you tomorrow around the rodeo, buckaroos, round the corral, whatever they say. See you around the corral, buckaroo. Okay. Night. I hate to go.